Chapter 432. The light voice made one feel at ease like a clear spring. Pei Hong and the other three's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately raised their heads. They saw that familiar figure in front of them walking over lightly. "We meet again." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Big brother Lin Feng." Big brother Lin Feng, Pei Qing and the other two revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, while Pei Hong pursed her lips, deliberately snorted lightly, and turned her head away. However, her brows suddenly furrowed. Pei Hong recalled what Lin Feng said just now, and her heartbeat quickened. She hurriedly turned her head. "Lin Feng, what did you say just now?" As soon as Pei Hong spoke, Pei Qing and the other two immediately reacted. All of them covered their small mouths in shock and revealed astonished expressions. They didn't seem to have heard wrongly just now, right? Lin Feng's eyes were bright with a faint light. He looked around and nodded. "There are too many people here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's go somewhere else to talk." As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong. "Do you want to go to your place or mine?" His voice was very calm. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong with a burning gaze, waiting for her answer. He was testing her reaction. Pei Hong's expression kept changing. Among the four of them, she was the eldest senior sister, and everything was decided by her. Although she didn't like Lin Feng, the scales in Pei Hong's heart were slowly tilting. Lin Feng's suggestion was extremely tempting. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds, the atmosphere was very oppressive. Pei Qing and the other two patiently waited for Pei Hong's answer. "Let's go to your place." Pei Hong pursed her lips, and her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had already made a decision. "We just arrived and haven't found a place to stay." "All right." Lin Feng smiled. From the change in Pei Hong's expression, he already knew the answer. The entire matter was much smoother than expected. "Big brother Lin Feng, you're staying in the largest restaurant in Green Smoke City, Reflection Restaurant?" Little Jade said in surprise. "Didn't you say that the ordinary and luxurious rooms are already fully booked?" Pei Qing asked doubtfully. "Stupid, he must be staying in a star room in the reflection layer," Pei Hong said. Pei Qing and Little Jade suddenly understood, and stuck out their little tongues. Judging from Lin Feng's extravagance, it was obvious that he had a lot of money. How could he not be able to afford to live in a star-class room? On the other hand, it was indeed very stupid for them to use the fixed way of thinking in the past. Lin Feng glanced at Pei Hong, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. From the moment Pei Hong accepted his suggestion, the barrier between them had slowly begun to disappear. It seemed like they were moving towards a more normal relationship. "We're here." Lin Feng saw the reflection tower. Located in the center of Green Smoke City, the distance between the Nine Dragons Arena and the reflection tower was not far. With the speed of a martial artist, it would only take the blink of an eye to cross the distance. "I'm so excited. I've never been to the reflection layer before." Little Jade's face was flushed red. "Me too. I really want to go and take a look." Pei Qing bit her lips. Although Pei Hong did not speak, the flickering light in her eyes betrayed her. The reflection tower was famous. As one of the iconic buildings of Green Smoke City, it was indeed fascinating. Lin Feng smiled faintly and sped forward. "It can't be? A 7-star suite. I'm not dreaming, right?" Pei Qing and Little Jade were shocked and dazed. As Lin Feng entered the top floor of the reflection tower, they were a little dazed and could not recover their wit. Not to mention them, even Pei Hong, who was the most experienced and knowledgeable of the group, was staring with her eyes wide and mouth agape. They had thought that Lin Feng was staying in a 1-star suite or a 2-star suite. They did not expect. It was the most luxurious 7-star suite. Looking around, the crowd could not calm down for a long time. The shock that Lin Feng brought to them was too great. "Sit." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "There won't be anyone else here. We can discuss this properly." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Pei Hong and the other girls slowly calmed down. Although they could not help but look around curiously, they sat down one by one. Right now, business was more important. What do you think of the proposal just now? Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Looking at the hesitant expressions of Pei Hong and the other three, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Or, if you have any conditions or requests, feel free to state them." Pei Hong hesitated for a moment, then her expression suddenly turned serious. She took out the 3 doling spirit coins and handed it over with her right hand. Pei Hong said seriously, "Thank you for your generous gift, but we can't accept it without doing anything. We can't accept this money." Lin Feng was stunned. He did not expect Pei Hong to be so stubborn. He glanced at the expressions of Pei Qing and the other two. They were exactly the same. Lin Feng instantly understood. It was not stubbornness but simplicity. "Take it." Lin Feng pushed Pei Hong's hand over and smiled. "If you didn't lead the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach Green Smoke City now. This reward is what you deserve." Pei Hong's hand was touched by Lin Feng. Her face turned slightly red, but she still shook her head stubbornly. "Even if it's a reward, it doesn't need to be so much. I've never heard of a reward of 3 doling spirit coins for leading the way." "It's true with me." Lin Feng chuckled. "It's just a small sum. If you're willing to give me your place in the competition, I'm willing to pay you 100 doling spirit coins." 100 doling spirit coins. They didn't hear it wrong, right? Everyone widened their eyes and felt suffocated. Pei Hong's right hand trembled slightly. At this time, she did feel the 3 doling spirit coins in her hand. It's just a small sum. Oh my God! Where did this ordinary-looking young man come from? Even the rulers of Green Smoke City, the young masters of the Fang and Lu families, might not be so generous. "Is it not enough?" Lin Feng said casually. "If it's not enough, I'll add more. The most important thing is that you're willing to let me take your junior brother Wen's place in the competition." Money was not a problem for him. Any 3-star spirit fruit in the purple ring was worth more than 100 doling spirit coins. On the way to Green Smoke City, he already knew what happened. When he saw the battle list, he caught a glimpse of the familiar name of Tsayu sect. In an instant, he suddenly had an idea and made this last-minute decision. It was not just for the soul attraction technique. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. As long as he could enter the top 100, his other goal could be achieved. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, Pei Hong and the others were already numb. What did he mean by adding more if it's not enough? Was he kidding? Was 100 doling spirit coins a small sum? The entire Tsayu sect was not even worth 10 doling spirit coins. Enough, enough. Pei Hong was speechless. For a moment, her brain short-circuited and she didn't know what to say. After taking a deep breath, Pei Hong's slightly red face slowly calmed down. Her bulging chest stopped heaving up and down. She closed her eyes and finally calmed down. Pursing her lips, Pei Hong opened her eyes and stared at Lin Feng. "Answer me honestly. Which sect are you from? Or which clan do you belong to?" Lin Feng said slowly, "My master has been in seclusion for a long time, and I am not a martial artist from Yanling Prefecture." Looking at Pei Hong, Lin Feng smiled. "I once stayed in Rising Wind Valley for a while, but I don't belong to any sect. Therefore, there will be no flaws in the identity substitution." Pei Qing said happily, "Just nice, big brother Lin Feng. Junior brother Li has always been concentrating on cultivation and has never come to Green Smoke City. This time, he is a newcomer." Xiaolu said with a smile, "That's right. Last year, senior sister Hong represented us in the competition, but she lost the first battle." Pei Hong's face turned red and shouted, "Xiaolu." Everyone couldn't help but roar with laughter. The most important part was the identity substitution. As long as there was no problem with this step, it was basically set in stone. After all, Lin Feng wasn't like Pei Qing, who had to disguise herself as a man. After the laughter, Pei Qing and the other two looked at Pei Hong with anticipation, waiting for their eldest senior sister's final decision. Pei Hong muttered to herself for a long time. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She paused and said slowly, "Your suggestion. I can accept it." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Qing and the other two exclaimed happily and revealed joyful smiles. They were waiting for Pei Hong to say this. Pei Qing, in particular, was completely liberated. She didn't need to disguise herself as a man anymore, and she didn't need to face opponents who were far stronger than her. But Pei Hong dragged her voice and said seriously, "Lin Feng, I hope you can promise me one thing." "Please say it," Lin Feng said seriously. He had never seen Pei Hong with such a serious expression. "I don't need any reward from you. I only need you to win the first battle for Caifei sect as junior brother one." Pei Hong nodded vigorously and clenched her right fist. "Just one battle is enough. We have been eliminated in the first round for 9 consecutive years. If we can't win a single battle this time, then we will lose the only spot in the elite martial competition." Looking at Pei Hong, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He originally thought that Pei Hong was a stubborn girl who did things her own way. However, after interacting with her, he realized that it wasn't the case. She was a very competent eldest senior sister. It was just that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. "Give it to me." Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his right hand. "What?" Pei Hong had a puzzled expression. "Identity token." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Without an identity token, how can I be your junior brother one?" Pei Hong was slightly startled. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. "You agree?" Lin Feng shook his head. Pei Hong's smile immediately froze. Pei Qing and the other two were also surprised. Lin Feng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. "Your request is too low. First round? At least enter the top 100 and spread the name Lin Wen and polished Caifei sect's signboard." "You're just bragging," Pei Hong reprimanded with a smile. Pei Qing and the other two also laughed. However, they only thought that Lin Feng was joking. Those who could enter the top 100 were all true elite experts. It was easier said than done. "Remember what you promised me." Pei Hong looked at Lin Feng. She took out a thin metal card from her bosom and placed it in Lin Feng's hand. Pei Hong nodded seriously. Her words were sonorous. "You must win. Don't worry." Lin Feng held the identity token and felt a warmth. "I won't disappoint you, senior sister." Pei Hong's face immediately turned red. She reprimanded, "Who's your senior sister?" In an instant, everyone laughed. The atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no barrier between them anymore. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and nodded with a smile. Turning an enemy into a friend. Third update: Xiao Xiao can't hold on anymore. Fourth update will be added tomorrow morning. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 433. Clang. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Feng held the Nightmare Demon Spear and was practicing with Pei Hong. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pei Hong's whip was extremely flexible, and its attack range covered every corner. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. At first glance, Pei Hong had the complete upper hand. The long whip in one hand danced in an airtight manner, and the whip intent was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Lin Feng's Nightmare Demon's spear was not as agile. It was constantly entangled with the long whip, but it lacked the soft force. It was strong and fierce, but not flexible enough. For a moment, he was completely in a passive situation. But, upon closer inspection, the two did not have the slightest killing intent, and even their fighting intent was extremely weak. There were no fluctuations of energy at all. Whether it was Pei Hong's fiery red energy or Lin Feng's Emperor Shun's energy, they did not use it. The two were clearly just having a friendly exchange of pointers. Pa! Pa! The long whip was like a nimble poisonous snake, bypassing the defense of the nightmare demon's spear and continuously whipping Lin Feng's naked upper body. The deep whip marks were dripping with blood, and it was a heart-wrenching sight. However, Lin Feng was like a wooden man and did not feel anything. His wounds healed in the blink of an eye, causing Pei Hong to widen her eyes in shock. Bind! The essence of the second spear is the word bind. The soft force is not inferior to the force, and the spear intent is profound. Lin Feng's eyes constantly changed, and he felt the bind force in Pei Hong's long whip. He had a faint feeling in his heart. The shape of the second wooden sculpture appeared in his mind, and he seemed to be able to feel the concept contained in the wooden sculpture. However, it was not compatible with Ding Hong's moves. What was missing? Lin Feng's spear shadows crisscrossed, and he constantly imitated Ding Hong's spear. Again and again and again and again. He kept practicing. 6 hours later. I'm so tired. Pei Hong walked out of the training hall, her body dripping with sweat. You're out, big sis, Pei Qing said with a smile. After changing back into women's clothing, she was as delicate as water, and her short hair made her look even more heroic. Why don't I see Linda go? Little Jade held her chin and asked curiously. Pei Hong curled her lips and glanced behind her. She shook her head and said, This pervert is still practicing. I whipped him hundreds of times and he acted like nothing happened. He's simply a monster. As she spoke, the 6 hours of battle from before appeared in her mind, and the corners of Pei Hong's mouth inexplicably curled up. It was a great thrashing, and all his anger had been vented. Lin Feng seemed to be deliberately letting her hit him. He did not resist at all. His spear was slow and sluggish, and he was trying to compete with her whip in terms of flexibility. It was simply unreasonable, but there seems to be some improvement? Pei Hong pondered in her heart and shrugged her shoulders. She did not know anything about spear techniques. Linda Gu is so hard-working. Little Jade's eyes shone with admiration. What's the use of being hard-working? Pei Hong snorted. My opponent for the first round is the butcher from the Democratic Blade sect. His combat ability is very strong. Last year, he was only a stage 6 galaxy level and almost made it into the top 100. This year he's a stage 7 galaxy level. His strength has more than doubled. But Linda Gu is also a stage 7 galaxy level, Little Jade said in surprise. Pei Hong had a look of disdain. He can't even beat me. Seeing the two girls looking at her, Pei Hong's face turned red. She said anxiously, I only lost that time because I was inexperienced. If we fight again, I definitely won't lose to him. Seeing that the two girls were still smiling, Pei Hong instantly stomped her feet. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. In the most expensive 7-star suite in the Reflection Tower, there were all kinds of facilities. This included an extremely spacious training hall, cultivation room, and so on. The most ordinary bathroom was needless to say. Senior Sister Qing, do you think Big Brother Lin Feng can win against that butcher? Little Jade bit her lips and asked worriedly. I don't know either. Pei Qing shook her head. I hope so. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng practiced alone in the training hall. The comprehension of spear intent was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Just like the first spear move back then, even though he had completely comprehended the spear form and spear intent, it still took him a total of 3 days. From perfectly copying Wang Feng's spear form and slowly deducing spear intent, the difficulty was much lower than now. One had to know that Ding Hong had only used one spear move back then, unlike Wang Feng who had used the entire Sun Dragon spear art. The difficulty was more than 10 times or even 100 times. Otherwise, why would he need Pei Hong's help? The compatibility between spear intent and the spear form was extremely important. Spear intent required the spear form to perfectly display its power, and the spear form also required spear intent to lead it. Just like the relationship between a general and a soldier on the battlefield, it was inseparable. Something's not right. It doesn't feel right at all. Lin Feng had already stopped practicing and was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His brows were tightly knitted as he fell into deep thought. Just by relying on Ding Hong's single spear move in his mind, it was too difficult to deduce the entire spear intent. He could only feel a concept, but this concept had countless forks in it, and each path was different. Perhaps they were all dead ends. Entangle. How do I entangle it? What a headache. Lin Feng sighed softly as he fell into a difficult problem. It was as if he had obtained an incomplete secret manual, but it was missing an extremely important part. Pei Hong's whip technique inexplicably appeared in his mind. It followed him like a shadow, like a strange poisonous snake that was everywhere. Excellent flexibility and toughness, it fully displayed the power of the word entanglement. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He instantly stood up as if he was possessed. The nightmare devil spear vibrated as it danced. The 18 basic moves of the spear included entanglement, loop, flower dance, and other soft applications. The spear and the whip were completely different existences. One was hard and firm, while the other was soft and soft. But somehow, there seemed to be something that connected the two together. Lin Feng seemed to be possessed. The dancing of the spear had a strange feeling. He was completely immersed in it. Using the spear intent to drive the whip technique? It was simply wishful thinking. But many things seemed impossible, but they were not really impossible. There was a word in the world called miracle. More and more martial artists entered Green Smoke City. As the elite martial competition was about to begin, the experts of the major sects and forces all arrived one by one. All the restaurants and hotels were full of guests for the annual grand event. All the shops and exchanges were overflowing with profit. They had been waiting for this day all year. However, the most bustling place was undoubtedly the Nine Dragon Arena. In order to get a seat, many people had even entered a day earlier to wait for the competition to begin. At a glance, there were more than 10 arenas at the bottom level. The audience seats were filled with people. Indeed, since they could not find a place to stay, they might as well come early. It was quite lively. At the top level of the Nine Dragons Arena, in a luxurious private room. At this moment, a middle-aged man and a brown-clothed old man were looking down at the crowd through the brown-tempered glass. I haven't been here for 10 years, but it's still so lively. The brown-clothed old man smiled. Although he was old, his hair and beard were all black. His body was sturdy and he did not look old. Martial Uncle came suddenly this time. Please forgive us for not treating you well. The middle-aged man said respectfully. He was in the prime of his life and had the body of a dragon and tiger. His eyes shone brightly, and he had a domineering aura. Behind him, many martial artists stood at the side as if they were his bodyguards. But every martial artist, they were all Star Ocean-level existences. The middle-aged man's identity was extremely noble. He was one of the people in power in Green Smoke City, the head of the Lu clan, Lu Ning. Hee. The brown-clothed old man laughed lightly. You are too polite, little Ning. This time, this old man originally wanted to bring my 2 useless disciples to travel around and see the world. Coincidentally, when we arrived in Green Smoke City, the elite martial competition was about to begin. My 2 disciples were itching to test their abilities, so... The brown-clothed old man smiled slightly. These are 2 identity tokens. Martial Uncle, please accept them. Lu Ning respectfully handed over 2 thin metal cards. Very good. The brown-clothed old man nodded in satisfaction and accepted the identity tokens. When the time comes, I will return you 2 identity tokens of the Yenling royal residence. The identity tokens of the Yenling royal residence could only be obtained by the champion and runner-up of the elite martial competition. The brown-clothed old man was very confident, but he indeed had the qualifications. Not for anything else but for 2 words, Fierce Yen School. It governed 15 cities to the south of the Yenling royal residence, second only to the 18 cities of the Yenling royal residence. In the Yenling royal residence, the Fierce Yen School was one of the best in terms of reputation and strength. It was on par with the Yenling royal residence. The brown-clothed old man had a great background. He was the guardian of the Fierce Yen School, Sima Shi. LV Ning faintly smiled. Martial uncle is too polite. Little Ning has an unsolicited request. I wonder if martial uncle can help me with a small matter? Seizing every opportunity to earn a favor, he would be a fool if he didn't use it. This old fox LV Ning grasped this opportunity extremely well. Say it. The brown-clothed old man, Sima Shi, said indifferently. My son, Lu Bao, has been yearning to join the Fierce Yen School for a long time. Lu Ning said respectfully, I wonder if martial uncle can put in a few good words in front of the sect leader and become an inner court disciple. Inner court disciples and outer court disciples, regardless of status or treatment, were vastly different. They were the true elites and had to be completely loyal to the Fierce Yen School. LV Bao, on the other hand, obviously lacked the qualifications. Sima Shi frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, Try your best. I will let my disciple record a battle video and present it to the sect leader. I will put in a few good words for you. But if little nephew's strength is not enough, then this old man can't help. Thank you. Thank you, martial uncle. Lu Ning was overjoyed. Then it settled. Sima Shi waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Lu Ning's eyes were gleaming. He clenched his right fist tightly and shouted with deep joy, Lu Zhen! Your subordinate is here. Among the guards, a strong man with eagle eyes stepped out. Go and call my unfilial son here. Lu Ning frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Lu Zhen accepted the order and left. It's rare that martial uncle is willing to help. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Lu Ning looked down at the dense crowd below with bright eyes. It had always been his wish to let his son enter the Fierce Yen School and become an inner court disciple. Which parent didn't want their son to be successful? Catching up on yesterday's 4th update, Xiao Xiao watched the finals this morning. Haha, today's outbreak will be paused for a day. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 434. The next day at noon. There was only one day left before the elite martial competition began. Why hasn't Lin De Gu come out yet? It's almost time, little Jade said anxiously. It's okay. There's still 2 hours, Pei Qing said with a smile. What a lunatic. He's so crazy when it comes to spear practice. Pei Hong curled her lips, looked at the other training room, and said, I thought only the little guy Thunderblade was so addicted to martial arts. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be the same. What a good match. Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Junior brother Lei is improving fast. Master said that he'll surpass you in a year. Really? Little Jade's eyes widened. Junior brother Lei is 1 year younger than me. He's only 13 years old. Senior sister Hong is already 19. Humph, I don't believe it. Pei Hong crossed her arms and blushed. Junior brother Lei is the most talented one here. Pei Qing's eyes glittered. Master said that junior brother Lei is talented and hard-working. He'll be able to reach the Star Lord level in the future. By then, the rise of the Colored Jade sect will depend on him. Brother Lin Feng isn't talented. Little Jade's eyes widened. He defeated senior sister Hong. Little Jade, Pei Hong said angrily. Isn't that so? Little Jade chuckled. Pei Hong was speechless. No matter what, it was an indisputable fact that she had been defeated by Lin Feng that day. Pei Hong snorted. If we fight again, I'll definitely win. He's 1 year older than me. It's normal for him to be slightly stronger than me. Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Her sister was just strong. Nothing else mattered. Master said that the more talented one is, the faster one can cultivate. Normally, a martial artist's potential will be revealed before the age of 18. Pei Qing smiled. Brother Lin Feng is indeed better than you, but in terms of talent, Brother Lin Feng is only above average in Green Smoke City. He's on par with you. Only then did Pei Hong snort a few times and feel slightly satisfied. But those that are able to participate in the elite martial competition are all the most outstanding disciples of the various sects and powers, and those with above-average natural endowments are probably the most ordinary. Pei Qing suddenly laughed. For example, Big Sister lost in the first battle last year and the year before that. Pei Hong's face instantly flushed red like a deflated balloon. She bit her lips, but she couldn't defend herself. After all, this was the truth, so she gave her spot to junior brother one this time. Who would have thought, why would such an accident happen? Then what level does junior brother Lei's aptitude belong to? Little Jade asked curiously. Pei Qing's clear eyes shone with a hint of envy. In Green Smoke City, he's one of the best. Wow! Little Jade immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed. Junior brother Lei's aptitude is indeed enviable. Pei Hong's eyes shone as she said slowly, even in the entire Do spirit world, he's one of the best. According to Master, junior brother Lei's war god aptitude is tier 3 low, barely above average, and he has the potential to reach the Star Lord level. Tier 3 low? Little Jade was surprised and was about to ask. Suddenly, a burst of explosive sound rang out beside his ear, instantly interrupting his words. The three girls looked at the source of the sound in surprise, which turned out to be the training hall, where Lin Feng was. They looked at each other and didn't know what was going on, but the sound of the door opening suddenly came. The heavy metal door was pushed open. Lin Feng's upper body was naked as he slowly walked out with a faint smile on his face. Looking at the surprised expressions of the three girls, Lin Feng smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. After cultivating for a day and a night, he finally had a breakthrough. Although there was still a long way to go to perfect, compared to the confusion before, he had made a lot of progress. It was as if he had found the right direction in a foggy area. The right path. 9 Dragon Arena. The ground floor was so crowded that not even a drop of water could flow through. All the contestants of the elite martial arts competition had to complete the final identity verification process before 3 p.m. today. Fortunately, Brother Lin Feng, you arrived in time yesterday, Pei Qing said with a smile. If it was today, I wouldn't have a chance to participate. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, he was lucky to have caught the last bus. It's right ahead. Pei Hong led the way. After all, she had participated in 2 competitions before. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Lin Feng asked. It was his first time participating in such a large-scale competition. 688 sects and forces, 1,600 contestants, and every one of them was an elite of their sect. Indeed, just thinking about it made him excited. It's nothing. It's just a simple procedure to prevent imposters. Pei Hong said, her pretty face blushing. Then we don't need to worry, senior sister. Lin Feng chuckled. Tisk. Pei Hong snorted. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu covered their mouths and chuckled. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't belong to any sect in the Douling world, so there wouldn't be any flaws in his identity. Lin Wen. Lin Feng nodded his head and muttered a few times, remembering his new name. It wasn't hard to remember. It was only one word away from his original name, and the sound was very close. If one didn't listen carefully, there wouldn't be any difference. Just as he was reciting, Lin Feng was stunned. Looking at the dense crowd, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a young man with 2 swords on his back. He was about the same height as Lin Feng, and he was emitting a sharp sword aura. His aura was extremely shocking. As if he felt Lin Feng's gaze, the young man turned around and looked into the distance with his blue eyes. His aura was aggressive, very strong. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The blue-eyed young man gave him a very dangerous feeling. He was like a ferocious tiger that was ready to strike. I underestimated this elite martial competition, Lin Feng thought to himself. He couldn't be careless. Although he was strong, this wasn't the Sky Martial Continent, but the Douling world. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were many geniuses. Right in front of him was one of them. Brother Lin Feng, why aren't you leaving? Xiao Lu turned around and shouted. I'm here. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. I wonder how many people with peerless natural talent like him will be encountered in this elite martial competition? Lin Feng's eyes were clear. His chest was moving up and down. He wasn't nervous or scared, but he was looking forward to it. He felt the pleasure of meeting his match. His fighting spirit was soaring. Maybe it will be interesting. Lin Feng smiled. What's wrong, senior? Beside the blue-eyed young man, a charming girl with short hair asked. Her neat bangs accentuated her peach-shaped face perfectly. She was like a beautiful flower that stood out from the rest of the grassland. Following the blue-eyed young man's gaze, the short-haired girl saw a group of people moving around. She couldn't help but frown. The blue-eyed young man smiled and shook his head. Nothing. The short-haired girl pulled the blue-eyed young man's hand and didn't ask further. She said cheerfully, Let's go faster, senior. We have to register quickly. Don't be too late. The blue-eyed young man was pulled forward and smiled helplessly. He really couldn't do anything to his junior. Senior, do you think we can win the first and second place? Maybe. The identity verification wasn't troublesome. The entire process was calm. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu were very nervous. Even Pei Hong's back was drenched in sweat. Only Lin Feng didn't have any emotional fluctuations. It was as if nothing had happened. After Pei Hong submitted Lin Wen's information and verified that there were no mistakes, Lin Feng pressed his palm down and merged a trace of his aura into his identity token. The entire identity verification was completed. Huff, Xiao Lu exhaled deeply. You scared me to death. Pei Qing smiled and pressed her hand on her chest. My heart is still thumping. We've finally passed the most troublesome stage. Pei Hong also heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the calm Lin Feng and felt inexplicably angry. Aren't you nervous? Nervous about what? Lin Feng asked in surprise. You. Pei Hong almost vomited blood. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His eyes flickered as he looked ahead. It's so lively over there. Let's go take a look. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Pei Hong to react and instantly strode away. Pei Hong gnashed her teeth in anger. Big brother Lin Feng, this is the betting area. Pei Qing stood beside Lin Feng with a smile and introduced. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had heard Inger mention this place before in the Reflection Pavilion. In the elite martial competition, other than the excitement of the martial arts competition, the most lively thing was the gambling. Here, countless martial artists were able to escape poverty and make a fortune overnight, and there were even more martial artists who lost all their savings. It was extremely exciting. To many martial artists who danced on the edge of a blade, this kind of excitement was what they pursued. They could even give up their lives, let alone worldly possessions. There, big brother Lin Feng. Those are the odds for every competition. Pei Qing pointed. Looking in the direction Pei Qing was pointing, Lin Feng quickly saw a huge light screen. There were more than 100 of them. On the light screen, the first round of matches had been completely announced, including the information of both parties and their past achievements. Everything was clearly displayed. Below the names of the two combatants, two red numbers were constantly changing. "Those are the odds, Big Brother Lin Feng," Pei Qing explained softly. As the amount of bets changed, the odds would also change. Lin Feng responded softly. The odds at the top of the light screen in front of him were 1,569 to 166. It was obvious that the contestant on the left had a higher chance of winning. In just a few seconds, the odds changed again to 1,566 to 171. It was obvious that the bets were still being placed. "Look, Big Brother Lin Feng. That's our odds." Pei Qing pointed not far away and smiled bitterly. "Oh," Lin Feng replied softly. When he looked over, he was a little stunned. Did he see wrongly? There are still 2 more updates. Time is of the essence. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 435. 1001, 100. 000. Looking at the red numbers in front of him, Lin Feng found it funny. 100? Can the odds be any more ridiculous? Lin Feng was speechless. "I'm afraid not, Big Brother Lin Feng." Pei Qing spread out his hands. 100,000 is already the highest odds. No matter how many people bet on Butcher, it's still 100. Pei Qing pointed at the screen. The number 100,000 foot flashed again, but the numbers did not change. It reached the top. According to the data, isn't Lin Wen at the 6th level of the galaxy level? Is this his first time participating? Lin Feng pointed at the screen and asked curiously. He's only 1 level away from Butcher. It's not like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no reason for the odds to be so different, right? On the screen, the information of both sides was clear. It clearly showed Butcher's best record, top 200. Lin Wen, on the other hand, was a complete newcomer. "Linda Go, you don't know. It's not that Butcher is too strong, but..." Pei Qing smiled bitterly. "Colored Jade Sect's reputation is out there," Pei Hong said in a deep voice. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After 9 consecutive defeats and 688 sects, Colored Jade Sect is at the bottom. Pei Hong's eyes were filled with regret. She shook her head. "Master had high hopes for me, but I failed in the first round twice in a row. I disappointed her and shamed Colored Jade Sect. Linda Gu, you don't know that Colored Jade Sect has long become a joke in the elite martial competition." Pei Qing sighed. "They even have a nickname." Before he finished speaking, a loud laughter came from afar. Lin Feng and the others immediately turned their heads. "Ha ha ha ha. Isn't this the trash sect?" There was a hint of disdain in the voice. The person who came had a long, horse-like face with ugly lumps on it. He wore a brocade robe and a pair of expensive boots. He looked quite noble. Behind him, there were nearly 10 followers following behind him. His aura was very strong. Trash sect? Lin Feng was startled, and then suddenly understood. This was the nickname that Pei Qing had mentioned. He glanced at the 3 women, especially Pei Hong. Her pretty face was somewhat pale, and her eyes were filled with disgust. "What did you say, Li Liang?" Pei Hong took a step forward and said angrily. "Tsk, Pei Hong, why is her temper still so fiery?" With a teasing expression, Li Liang glanced at Pei Hong's bulging chest and pretended to exclaim, "Ah, not only is her temper more explosive, but her figure is also more explosive. Pei Hong, you're getting more and more charming." Pei Hong was so angry that her entire face was flushed red. However, she forcefully suppressed her anger, and her trembling delicate body was already on the verge of exploding. Pei Hong gnashed her teeth, wishing she could chop Li Liang into 1,000 pieces right in front of her. "But, hit me?" Li Liang smiled as he bent down slightly. He turned his face to the side and pointed with his right hand. You'd better consider this carefully. If you attack here, your colored jade sect will lose the right to participate in the competition. Suddenly, he pretended to be startled and hastily stood up. I almost forgot that losing the right to participate in the competition is not important to you. Because... Li Liang laughed loudly. You're the trash sect that lost in the first round 9 times in a row. Ha ha ha. He held his stomach and laughed loudly. Even the followers behind him also laughed loudly. At this moment, more and more people came to watch the show. All of them were pointing and laughing lightly from time to time. Under the gazes of everyone, Li Liang obviously wanted to make everyone in the colored jade sect lose face. Pei Hong's face was green and red, and her chest rose and fell continuously. Very hateful, very humiliating. But what could she do? Refute? What Li Liang said was the truth. The colored jade sect becoming a laughingstock was not something that happened in a day or two. And at this moment, where did this long-faced green monkey come from? A faint voice suddenly sounded, causing the noisy laughter in the surroundings to immediately stop. Everyone's gaze was cast towards Li Liang. They looked at his long horse face, which was covered in bumps, and his limbs were strangely long. If they looked carefully, he really looked very similar to the long-faced green monkey. Instantly there was a roar of laughter. Lin Feng took a step forward indifferently. With a faint smile, he walked to one step in front of Pei Hong. His left foot slightly moved half a step. The movement was extremely small, as if it was done casually, but it coincidentally blocked Pei Hong behind him. Pei Hong looked at Lin Feng in front of her, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. He actually stood up for her? Who did you just say? The veins on Li Liang's face popped out and he shouted ferociously. I'm talking about whoever it is. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he did not seem to care at all. Although he did not like to act in such a high-profile manner, if he did not stand up when he saw 3 girls being bullied in public, was he still a man? He was now representing the colored jade sect, Lin Wen. Boy, you have big gut. Do you know who I am? Li Liang's eyes were filled with anger, like an angry lion. It was the first time in his life that he was ridiculed in public, and he was even called a long-faced green monkey. What does it have to do with me who you are? Lin Feng sneered. You! Li Liang was so angry that his stomach was about to explode. He glanced at Pei Hong and the other 2, gritted his teeth, and nodded. You're the newcomer from the trash sect, Lin Wen? What can I do for you? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Li Liang laughed coldly. The trash from the trash sect only knows how to talk. You're just a soft-footed shrimp in the arena. As he spoke, Li Liang laughed mockingly. Originally, I was sighing about how lucky I was to be able to meet the trash sect in the second round. Suddenly, I remembered that it's impossible for you to enter the second round. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Liang had a helpless look on his face. Behind him, his followers all laughed along. You're so confident? Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's make a bet? Oh! Li Liang was surprised. Pointing at the light screen above, Lin Feng said indifferently, each of us will bet on one side. How about that? Each of us will bet on one side? Li Liang suddenly laughed strangely. Lin Wen, you're counting your chickens before they hatch. You know you're going to lose, so you want to take the opportunity to earn some money? Ha ha. I'll bet on myself. Lin Feng looked calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Pei Hong and the other 2's eyes sparkled. However, they saw that Lin Feng was extremely calm, confident, and without the slightest hesitation. Was he really confident, or was he pretending to be calm? Are you serious? Li Liang stopped smiling. Of course. Lin Feng said indifferently. If a martial artist doesn't have confidence in himself, why participate in the competition? It's better to just give up. His calm voice caused a heated discussion among the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if even he didn't believe he could win, why would he fight? Rather than make a fool of himself, it was better to give up decisively and save the last bit of face. Good, you've got guts. Li Liang raised the corner of his mouth and laughed wantonly. I accept your bet. How much do you have the ability to bet? I, Li Liang, will bet double. Li Liang's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. He raised his head proudly with a hint of insolence. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Li Liang snorted disdainfully, patted his chest and said arrogantly, My Li family has a lot of money. Even if you sell the entire trash sect, it's not even a drop in the bucket. With a hint of contempt in his eyes, Li Liang glanced at him and said lazily, Say, how much do you want to bet? 1 goose feather coin or 10 goose feather coins? After saying that, a light flashed in his hand and a small crystal round light spot suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it in a show of force. Fighting spirit coin. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. To be able to take out fighting spirit coins so easily, the Li family was indeed rich and powerful in Green Smoke City. Li Liang looked proud. What do you think of the trash sect? You haven't seen it before, right? Look carefully, this is not a goose feather coin. This is the real thing. Before he finished speaking, Li Liang's mouth was already agape, and he was completely stunned. A bright orange light appeared in front of him, carrying an abundant amount of heaven and earth energy and a strange fragrance that was pleasing to the eye. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He held the bright fruit with the stem and looked straight at Li Liang. This is my bet, Lin Feng said slowly. Not only Li Liang, but also Pei Hong and the other two were completely stunned. They only knew that Lin Feng was rich and could afford to stay in the 7-star suite in Reflection Tower. They did not expect him to be rich to this extent. The fruit he took out so casually was actually a 3-star immortal fruit, Tangerine Ruteo. It was worth at least 100 fighting spirit coins. And it was priceless. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 3-star immortal fruit, Tangerine Ruteo. This is the first time I've seen it in person, the surrounding people discussed animatedly, and all of them were extremely shocked. Li Liang's face was ashen. Just as Lin Feng said, the wind had cut his tongue. He had said too much just now, and now he could not back down. He could not even take out a bet of the same value as Lin Feng's, let alone double the amount. No matter how rich the Li family was, they could not throw away so much money and bet 100 fighting spirit coins. Li Liang's face turned red. He could not back down now, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Gritting his teeth, Li Liang's face was distorted. He pointed at Lin Feng and said hysterically, How can a small trash sect have a 3-star immortal fruit? This must be fake. Yes, it must be fake. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Li Liang's words did make some sense. Whether it's real or fake, we will know once we test it, Lin Feng said calmly. It's real. A voice came from afar, and the surrounding people immediately opened up a path. Lin Feng looked over and saw a man and a woman walking over side by side. The man was handsome and proud, and the woman was like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. They were like a golden couple, and they were extremely compatible. It's him. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The person who had come was the blue-eyed young man whom he had fated to see just now. Wow, it really is Tangerine Ruteo. The short-haired girl's beautiful eyes glowed as she exclaimed in surprise. Tisk, it's fake. Li Liang curled his lips, still refusing to admit it. However, suddenly, whoosh! A bright cold light appeared, and Li Liang felt a chill on his neck. The short-haired girl had already placed a dagger on his neck, and the cold light was sharp and murderous. So long-winded. Are you a man? The short-haired girl frowned and said coldly, "One more chapter to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 436. So fast. Lin Feng's eyes were burning and his heart tightened. The short-haired girl's speed was several times faster than Ding Hong's. Most importantly, this did not seem to be her full strength. So powerful. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. Not only the short-haired girl, but the blue-eyed young man standing next to her was even more dangerous. These two people, I wonder which sect they are from. Lin Feng thought to himself. And this was also the thought of all the people around. It happened so suddenly that no one expected the short-haired girl to suddenly attack. She was as fast as the wind and lightning, and she changed her attitude without any hesitation. Li Liang's face was red and he could feel the coldness on his neck. As long as the short-haired girl exerted her strength, what awaited him would be death. I. Li Liang stammered and could not say a complete sentence. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and his ugly horse face was extremely ugly. His legs trembled inexplicably. He had never felt that death was so close to him. "Qian," the blue-eyed young man said softly. "Humph." The short-haired girl snorted and unwillingly moved the dagger away and put it back into the sheath. Everyone whispered to each other, and Li Liang's expression kept changing. He felt extremely humiliated, and he said in a stern voice, "You, which sect are you from? Get lost." The blue-eyed young man frowned and said. His voice was as loud as a bell, steady and low. The pair of blue eyes shone with a bright demonic light, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Li Liang felt all the hair on his body stand up and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. Everything around him twisted strangely, and he could no longer see anything. Only the pair of demonic blue eyes were left in front of him, which made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. It was too scary. Li Liang staggered and kept retreating with a frightened expression. Instantly, his right leg went soft and he fell to the ground. He was in a daze and the scene in front of him became clear. He regained his consciousness. Laughter came from the surroundings. Li Liang's face was red and he crawled up with his hands and feet. However, he didn't dare to look at the blue-eyed young man and the short-haired girl at all. He said with a trembling voice, "Let's go, let's go." After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay for even half a second longer. He fled in a sorry state like a drowning dog. Laughter boomed as the crowd began to whisper to each other. They were discussing the scene from just now, and from time to time, there would be sounds of laughter. Without a doubt, Li Liang had lost all face this time. "We meet again." The blue-eyed young man looked at Lin Feng and suddenly said something that stunned everyone. "Yes." Lin Feng smiled. It was just a brief glance, but he didn't expect the blue-eyed youth to remember him. "Senior brother, do you know him?" The short-haired girl looked at the blue-eyed youth in surprise, and then curiously sized up Lin Feng. The blue-eyed youth didn't answer. He just smiled and stretched out his right hand. "My name is Ji Xia. Lin Wen." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook it. He was quite used to his new name. "My name is Qin Qian." The short-haired girl couldn't wait to introduce herself. She was very lively. She looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked, "Lin Wen, how do you know my senior brother? Also, are you very powerful? Why do I feel that you're only a rank 7 galaxy level? Oh, by the way, sell me the tangerine ruatao in your hand. I miss that sweet and sour feeling." A series of words came to Lin Feng like a tidal wave, making him burst into laughter. This Qin Qian, who seemed to be about the same age as his sister, was quite lively and familiar with people. Before he could react, a faint light appeared in front of him. Everyone around took a deep breath and looked shocked. Qin Qian actually took out a huge Dou Ling coin. It wasn't a small round light spot, but it was as thick as a copper plate, as if countless Do Ling coins were gathered together. The Tangerine Ruo Tao's market price is about 130 Do Ling coins. Here's 150 Do Ling coins. I won't take advantage of you. Qin Qianqian's voice was clear like an oriole, but it made everyone stunned. She could take out so many Do Ling coins so easily. She was extremely rich. Okay. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He originally planned to sell this Tangerine Ruo Tao. It was an unexpected gain to sell more. The transaction was completed quickly. Qin Qianqian held the Tangerine Ruo Tao with a satisfied smile. On the other hand, Lin Feng had 150 Do Ling coins in his hand. The surrounding warriors were drooling. Even Pei Hong and the other two were staring at each other in shock. They had never seen so much money even in their dreams. Okay, Qianqian, let's go. The blue-eyed youth Ji Xia said faintly. Yes, senior brother. Qin Qianqian smiled. Lin Wen, we'll meet at the elite martial competition. Ji Xia nodded, his gaze deep. Okay. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he watched the golden boy and jade girl disappear. His eyes were still flickering with a clear luster. Green Smoke City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The elite martial competition was much stronger and more mysterious than he had imagined. No wonder no one from Wind Valley entered the top 100 last year. Lin Feng thought to himself. The elite martial competition is getting more and more interesting. Lin Feng smiled, feeling a sense of anticipation. Being able to fight with such a powerful warrior made his heart beat faster. Both Qin Qianqian and Ji Xia were excellent opponents. So that's how it is. No wonder Li Liang's resentment is so strong. Lin Feng suddenly understood. On the way back, under the explanation of Little Lu's big mouth, he finally found out about the cause and effect. It turned out to be hatred because of love. No wonder. Why are you all looking at me? Pei Hong blushed and said angrily, Do you have to force me to marry him? He's the one who's narrow-minded. Actually, it's not bad to marry him. Sister, the Li family has power and influence in Green Smoke City. Isn't it good? Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled, instantly making Pei Hong angry. Why don't you marry him? Stupid girl, you even dare to tease your sister. Pei Qing smiled and said, I want to, but he likes you, sister. Lin Feng smiled. Watching the two sisters flirting with each other, he felt warm. It felt like returning to his home. When he was young, didn't he also play with his younger siblings like this? However, now that he had grown up, he had to fight for his goal. I don't want this kind of person to like me. Pei Hong's face was completely red. She glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but think of the scene where he stood in front of her. She felt a warm current in her heart. This guy didn't seem to be so annoying. However, Lin Feng, were you stupid just now? Did you bet all 150 soul coins? Pei Hong couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the shocking scene just now, she couldn't calm down until now. In fact, everyone was shocked by Lin Feng at that time. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng actually bet all 150 soul coins on himself to win. The original ridiculous odds had changed in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It was a huge reversal. Do you think I was joking with Li Liang? Lin Feng said indifferently. He had to fulfill his promise. At that time, he personally said that he would bet this orange Ruo peach. Naturally, he wouldn't regret it. A mere 150 soul coins, what was it? This. Pei Hong suddenly remembered what Lin Feng said. But that Li Liang can't take out so much money. We don't have to fight like this. Pei Hong only felt a heartache. That was 150 soul coins. Just like that, it was placed in the betting area. At that time, everyone's eyes turned red. That scene was too crazy. Seeing the drastic change in the odds, the entire betting area was in an uproar. Every warrior was scrambling to bet on Tu Fu to win. The starting price was 150 soul coins. In other words, if the total amount of soul coins bet on 2 fu to win did not exceed 150 soul coins, the odds were 1 to 2. They would definitely make a profit. After all, no one believed that a newcomer from Colored Jade sect could win against 2 fu. The name Trash Sect was not for nothing. Linda Go, isn't it a bit too risky this time? Pei Qing pursed her lips and said worriedly. It's okay. It's just 150 soul coins. The more you bet, the more you earn. Lin Feng's indifferent words made the 3 girls smile bitterly. What did he mean by just 150 soul coins? Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and Su Kenliang. Also, I promised you that I will win the first round. Have you forgotten? Pei Hong had mixed feelings. Lin Feng's words were straight to her heart. At that time, she was the one who begged Lin Feng to win the first round. She didn't expect Lin Feng to remember it so clearly. Lin Degu, how confident are you? Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with longing. 100%. Lin Feng chuckled. At this moment, the reflection tower was already in front of him. In an instant, Lin Feng increased his speed and sped away. Wow! Xiao Lu exclaimed. Don't brag without a draft. Pei Hong sneered. Pei Qing smiled. The 3 girls followed closely behind Lin Feng, forming a unique scenery. 9 Dragon Arena. At this moment it was already boiling and crazy. What had happened between Lin Feng and Li Liang had spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Have you heard? The Trash Sect and the Li family are at odds. Ha, who doesn't know? Lin Wen from the Trash Sect couldn't take it and bet the 150 soul spirit coins he earned from the entire orange RUO peach on the betting area. It can't be. Is it true? Won't the odds be sky high? Of course it's true. Now everyone is betting with all their might. When I went there just now, the odds were still 188-32. 191. Oh my God, 132! The 150 soul spirit coins were like a bomb that exploded in the entire 9 Dragon Arena. Everyone went crazy. While they were mocking Linwen, they kept betting all their money on the butcher. The Trash Sect was famous. They had been in last place for 9 consecutive years and had never won a single round. This time, the participants were newcomers who had never appeared before. Who would believe that the Trash Sect would win? What a joke! Only a fool would pass up the chance to earn money. Only fools would be taken advantage of. The first round of 800 battles was originally an ordinary battle that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Now it was a complete sensation. But who was the real fools? Today's update of 3 chapters guaranteed. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 437. Reflection Tower 2-star Suite. Sister, have you heard? The 9 Dragon Arena is very lively today. The one who spoke was a pretty girl. She had an oval face and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Little Can, why didn't you cultivate properly and went out to play? Ding Qing frowned slightly. It's not like I can enter the top 100. Ding Can had an indifferent expression and said softly, Sister, you don't know. There's an idiot from Trash Sect who's sulking with young Masterly. He actually bet 150 soul spirit coins on himself to win the first competition. What? Ding Qing's expression changed. Impossible. Where did Trash Sect get so much money? Ding Qing frowned. Ding Can shrugged. I heard that a spendthrift spent 150 soul spirit coins on that idiot's orange raw peach. TSK, his luck is really good. 3-star immortal fruit, orange raw peach? Ding Qing muttered. Ding Can nodded and instantly beamed with joy. Sister, I also bet 50 soul spirit coins. Are you crazy? Little Can. Ding Qing's expression changed. Ding Can curled his lip. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, that trash sect definitely won't win. Sister, you don't know. His opponent is the infamous Butcher. Everyone expects that Butcher will definitely enter the top 100. Moreover, that idiot is still a newcomer. How can he fight with the experienced Butcher? He'll definitely win. Ding Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Just as she was about to speak suddenly, "You're slacking off again." Little Kansas, a heavy scolding voice sounded. The voice was extremely serious. Ding Qing and Ding Can's expressions instantly changed. A white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair instantly appeared. His eyes were cold. Grandfather, why are you here?" Ding Qing asked in surprise. "I came with the sect master." The white-haired old man's eyes sparkled as he scolded. "Little Can, you actually still have the mood to play. Among the three of us, you're the weakest. This time, your luck was good and you managed to get the last spot. You actually don't cherish it. I don't care if you embarrass yourself, but don't embarrass our Ding family." The white-haired old man's voice was like a bell. Although his legs were broken, his aura did not decrease. "The great elder of Fengyang Valley, Ding Ding." "Yes, grandfather." Ding Can bowed her head in response. No matter how willful she was, she did not dare to be impudent in front of her grandfather. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will supervise her." Ding Qing nodded gently. Ding Ding's face was solemn. "Qing, you too. Although you're weaker than Li Ming, you still have a chance. I've seen your match list. Your schedule is much better than Li Ming's. If you're lucky, you might make it to the top 100 and get the title of Elite Warrior." "Yes, Grandpa." Ding Qing's eyes sparkled. "Work hard and don't embarrass the Ding clan," Ding Ding said coldly, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Ding Kansas, "especially you, Ken. "Yes, Grandpa." Ding Can curled his lips, not daring to utter a word. "Senior brother, have you ever thought that Lin Feng might really be innocent?" Wei Hai asked. "Junior brother, do you mean that my judgment was wrong and Li Ming was lying?" Ding Hong's expression was serious as he looked at Wei Hai. Wei Hai frowned deeply. "No, I mean, isn't it too early to conclude the whole thing?" "Phew," Ding Hong exhaled deeply and said angrily, "What should I say to you, junior brother? What's the relationship between you and Lin Feng? Why are you helping him like this? Your niece's whereabouts are unknown. She might have died in his hands. Fengyang Valley was humiliated because of him. You actually... Alas." "No, senior brother, I just..." Wei Hai said hastily. "Sect master is right." A thunderous roar rang out. Ding Ding was like an angry lion as he said furiously, "This Lin Feng is lawless. He doesn't care about Fengyang Valley at all. If I wasn't in Fengyang Valley that day, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant." "Why are you here, great elder?" Wei Hai said in surprise. "If I didn't come, Fengyang Valley would be humiliated by you." Ding Ding rebuked angrily. "I came to Green Smoke City this time to catch up with an old friend and investigate Lin Feng's background at the same time. If we don't get rid of this kid, Fengyang Valley will lose face." "Great elder." Wei Hai's expression changed. "Cut the crap," Ding Ding shouted coldly. He looked at Ding Hong and said, "Make the best use of the time to increase Li Ming's strength as much as possible." "Yes, great elder." Ding Hong nodded. Although they were both in the reflection tower, Ding Ding naturally wouldn't know that Lin Feng was staying in a 7-star suite if Wei Hai didn't say anything. Those who could stay in 3 7-star suites were either rich or noble. The starting price was 1 soul coin per day for 10 days. This consumption was not something an ordinary warrior could afford. But Lin Feng didn't care. It didn't matter even if he only had 1 soul coin left. Because after tomorrow, he would be able to earn a large sum of money. In the training hall, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. The nightmare demon spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a long whip. Pei Hong's vivid whip technique appeared in his mind. He felt as if he had experienced it himself. It was as if there was a blurry shadow dancing in his memory and turning into a set of spear techniques. It seemed hazy, but it also seemed real. Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the feeling of his body. He felt the spear essence of the second wooden sculpture. The compatibility is extremely high. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. The spear shadows in his hand gradually slowed down. Entangle. The essence of the spear essence. Although it's still far from perfect, it's much more compatible than Ding Hong's spear technique. Lin Feng nodded. His movements were gentle as he transformed the spear essence within. It was really inconceivable to merge the whip technique into the spear technique. But Lin Feng was brave enough to try. If I can really master it, my strength will definitely have a great breakthrough. Lin Feng thought to himself. He recalled the scene of the real battle with Pei Hong that day. Pei Hong's whip technique was extremely soft and her whip essence was even better than his spear essence. It was only because she was a girl and lacked strength that she lost to him. In terms of intent, he was no match for her. Sci-Fi sect, trash sect. Are they really that trash? Lin Feng smiled faintly and stopped thinking about it. For him, comprehending the second spear technique was much more important. The next day dawned. It was a sunny day. The weather was pleasant. Pei Hong and the other two girls were all excited and expectant. They were ready to go. Even Lei Dao had come out of seclusion early. He carried a broadsword that was taller than him and waited patiently. Today was a big day. It was the big day of the elite martial arts competition. Although the three girls were not the ones fighting, they were obviously more nervous than Lin Feng. Pei Hong was restless. She kept glancing at the training hall and pacing anxiously. She frowned and looked at the time. Hua! The heavy door was pushed open. Lin Feng walked out slowly with a faint smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw the group of people who were ready to go, especially the anxious expression on Pei Hong's face. Let's go. Lin Feng sheathed the nightmare demon's spear and nodded lightly. Heroes gathered. The Nine-Dragon Arena was very lively. The large ground floor was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many of the martial artists who had already entered felt lucky. Lin Feng didn't need to squeeze with the others. The contestants had their own special entrance. Even Pei Hong and Pei Qing, who were from the same sect, had preferential treatment. They could enter with Lin Feng. After passing through the long passage, soon, everyone arrived at the sixth area. What a coincidence! It was also the sixth area last time, Pei Qing said with a faint smile. Pei Hong's face turned slightly red as she recalled the scene of her crushing defeat last year. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Feng. She saw that he seemed to be completely fine as he sat on the chair in a carefree manner. It's your first time participating. Aren't you nervous? Pei Hong said angrily. Comparisons were odious. The first time she participated, she was restless. She felt that something was wrong. She couldn't use her strength at all and lost miserably. What are you nervous about? Lin Feng asked curiously. You! Pei Hong was speechless. Lin Feng smiled and looked around. This was the resting area for the contestants. There were already quite a few warriors here. Some were chatting and laughing. Some were nervous as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Everyone had different reactions. Every one of them was under great pressure. They represented their sex, but they couldn't lose. Entering the top 100, the top 32, and the top 10. Every breakthrough was extremely beneficial to both the cultivator and the sect. If they wanted to survive in the fierce competition in Green Smoke City, they had to be better than others. At this moment, Pang Rant's domineering aura suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Feng snorted and looked over. Pei Hong and the other two girls' expressions had changed. It was a brawny man more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were so thick that they looked like they were about to explode. His skin was dark and his eyes were red. He looked like an angry bull. Behind him, Many similar tall and sturdy men followed closely behind him. Their auras were astonishing. The Butcher of the Knife Sect. What are you doing, Butcher? Pei Hong gritted her teeth and shouted. Nothing. The Butcher grinned. There was a hint of madness in his smile. He glanced at Pei Hong and Pei Qing and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. He narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Pei Hong wanted to block him but was pushed away by a huge force. She almost fell. You're Lin Wen? The Butcher looked down and sneered. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I heard that you bet 150 soul coins on yourself to win? The Butcher's eyes were cold and piercing. Lin Feng was still as unmoved as a mountain. He ignored the Butcher. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The Butcher shouted angrily. His loud voice attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the resting area. Bang! A domineering aura suddenly spread out. In an instant, clang! The huge blade was unsheathed, emitting a clanging sound, causing the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. Pei Hong and the other two girls were so frightened by the wild aura that their faces turned pale. However, Lin Feng was still like an old monk in meditation. Not to mention moving the slightest bit, he did not even have the slightest expression. Damn it, coward! The Butcher spat with a look of disdain. I thought you were great. As expected, you're a trash sect. Let's go. The Butcher waved his hand and left with the Knife Sect. Second update: I'll make up for yesterday's chapter as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 438. Look, he's Lin Wen. So he's a coward. He was scared by Butcher and didn't even dare to fart. The trash sect really lives up to its name. They specialize in producing trash, haha. The people around him were all talking and pointing at him with smiles on their faces. Pei Hong and the other two girls were pale. Everyone's words were like sharp needles piercing into their ears and into their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, when they looked at Lin Feng, they were still expressionless, as if they were an outsider who was not affected in the slightest. Lin Feng, you. Pei Hong's face flushed red. She was about to step forward when Pei Qing grabbed her hand. Instantly, Pei Hong shut her mouth and no longer spoke. The Lin Feng in front of them was no longer Lin Feng, but their junior brother, Lin Wen. But Lin Feng opened his eyes, which carried a sharp light. Various mocking voices continuously sounded in his ears. Lin Feng was calm, looking at the three pale girls in front of him. He smiled indifferently. Why bother with this kind of gossip? His light voice was like a gentle breeze, causing the three girls to calm down. Pei Hong put her hands on her hips and said angrily, How can I not care? You're now a member of our Tsayu sect. Him insulting you is equivalent to insulting the entire Tsayu sect. Lin Feng looked into the distance. At this time, Butcher's figure was gradually fading away. He came to provoke us on purpose. Huh! Pei Hong and the other two girls were stunned. Pei Qing suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Last year, sister couldn't take it and lost miserably. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Hong's cheeks burned. I didn't. Everyone burst into an uproar and laughed lightly. The atmosphere eased up a lot. I'm afraid he's full of anger now. Lin Feng said lightly. The 150 soul coins made him suffer a lot of pressure, so he wanted to come here to vent. Lin De Gu, you're so naughty. Pei Qing covered her mouth and laughed softly. That big guy probably can't maintain his calm state of mind right now. When the competition starts, it will definitely be difficult for him to display his full strength. This way, our chances of victory will be even greater. Her words contained joy, and even Pei Hong and Little Jade's eyes lit up. Lin Feng smiled valiantly, looking calm and indifferent. In fact, he was too lazy to argue with him. Once the competition started, it would be clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Time passed by second. No matter if it was Area 6 or the entire Nine Dragon Arena, the participating martial artists had gradually arrived. No one wanted to end up being late to the annual event. Look, it's young Master Ju, last year's top 100. Wow, isn't that Chi Feng? He was one of the top 32 2 years ago. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. With the arrival of the empty-robed young man, the entire area number 6 fell silent. He had a thin face, spiky hair, and a pair of eagle eyes with a proud glow. His appearance immediately overshadowed the other martial artists' auras. Lin Feng glanced over curiously and immediately met that pair of sharp eagle eyes. He let out a soft "oh" in his heart. Another powerful martial artist who was a threat to him. Hu Pao, last year's semi-finalist. Unfortunately, he lost to God Bai. Pei Hong spoke softly with a hint of reverence in her eyes. His strength is even better than last year's runner-up, Tan Lang. However, he's a little less lucky. He's 29 years old. This competition is his last chance to obtain the Yenling Supreme Residence's identity token. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong. Seeing that her voice was soft and her cheeks were slightly red, he immediately understood. In the Douling world, it was normal for powerful martial artists to be admired by women. At this moment, a series of curses sounded. Li Liang appeared with his followers. His face was dark. As he walked, he reprimanded his followers. With Li Liang's appearance, everyone was discussing in whispers. Their gazes would occasionally glance at Lin Feng. Yesterday's incident was too sensational. Now, both parties had appeared. How would they react to each other? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Li Liang acted as if they didn't know each other. They didn't even greet each other. In fact, Li Liang didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. The news of 150 Douling coins had already spread like wildfire. The big words he said that day were also spread. Double the bet? That was 300 Douling coins. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Lin Feng's expression was still indifferent and calm. To him, Li Liang was just a clown. There should be another martial artist from the Wind Rise Valley in the 6th region. Lin Feng said with a slight smile. There were a total of 10 regions in the Nine Dragon Arena. There were 160 martial artists in each region. The competition would be carried out in an elimination format. 4 rounds of competition would be held 2 days ago to determine the top 100 contestants. According to the battle list, it was easy to know the contestants in each region. Whoosh! A faint light flashed. Everyone looked over and saw a young girl in a yellow dress walking over. She had an oval face and a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. Accompanying her was an ordinary man with a square face. He looked honest and kind. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. Ding Can Wei Hai. So, this is the senior sister Can that Xian Er mentioned. Lin Feng thought. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. She looks delicate and pretty but has a vicious heart. Shaking his head, Lin Feng vaguely remembered why he met Xian Er for the first time. He was indeed instigated by Ding Can and entered the chaotic mountain range. If he didn't appear in time, Xian Er would have been torn to pieces by the Witch Clan. As if feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Ding Can turned her head and saw Lin Feng. She looked unfamiliar, but when she saw Pei Hong and the other two, her eyes instantly lit up. Martial Uncle Hai, look. This is the trash sect that I mentioned to you before. Ding Can's face was filled with pride. She pointed at Lin Feng without any fear. It's that idiot who bet 150 soul coins at the gambling place. Don't you think he's stupid? Oh, Wei Hai said softly and looked in the direction Ding Can was pointing at. In an instant, his expression was completely blank. Illusion. Wei Hai shook his head. The young man in front of him was extremely familiar. Wei Hai rubbed his eyes and widened them again. Bang! Wei Hai's head shook. Lin Feng? Why would he appear here? A series of question marks appeared in Wei Hai's mind. It was as if thousands of threads were intertwined and tied into a dead knot. Lin. Wei Hai opened his mouth and wanted to greet him, but he realized that the person in front of him didn't seem to be that appropriate. Ding Qin chuckled. Martial Uncle Hai, you know him too. He should be the newcomer of the trash sect, Lin Wen. Lin Wen? Wei Hai muttered softly and glanced at Lin Feng again. No matter how he looked at it, it was the same person. Time slowly passed. Not long after all 160 contestants had arrived in Area Number 6, a series of events took place. Dang dang! Dang! The clear and loud sound of the bell rang out. The Nine Dragons Arena erupted with deafening shouts and cheers. When the tens of millions of spectators erupted in unison, the sound could even shake the sky. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. In each area of the Nine Dragons Arena, a huge light screen flashed with the information of both sides. There were 4 arenas in each area, forming a square shape. At this moment, Hua! Lin Feng felt his identity card vibrate lightly and flicker with light. He exclaimed softly and took out his identity card to look. He saw a bright 3 flashing, lively and lively. It's your turn, junior martial brother. Go quickly! Pei Hong shouted anxiously. Do your best, Lin Degu. Pei Qing said with a smile. You must win, Lin Degu. Little Jade clenched her small fist. Lin Feng smiled calmly and stood up. His right hand that was holding the identity card suddenly tightened. He looked at Pei Hong, who was trembling with nervousness. Lin Feng nodded lightly and said, Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. After saying that, he strode forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. Looking at Lin Feng's departing figure, Pei Hong's eyes shone brightly. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of confidence. Hua! He leaped into the air. After passing through the resting room, the deafening noise of the arena immediately appeared. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as if he didn't see anything. In front of him were 4 huge arenas. They formed a square shape and were separated by a thin film of light on the periphery. There was a faint energy fluctuation. It should be because they are afraid that the energy will leak and affect the audience. They are quite considerate. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, warriors had already appeared in each arena. Among them, in the arena numbered 3, the familiar huge figure was already standing there like a pillar supporting the heavens. Butcher! Schwa! Passing through the light screen, Lin Feng entered it. The noise in his ears seemed to have been shut off, and he couldn't hear anything else. All the colors in the surroundings were covered, leaving only the arena and the film of light that flickered with a faint clear light. The arena provided the warriors with the most perfect battle environment possible. Slow down. Butcher glared with his bell-like eyes. Lin Feng smiled calmly and ignored him. Hey kid, are you deaf or mute? I am talking to you, can't you hear me? Butcher roared, his voice like thunder. It's hard not to hear such a loud voice, Lin Feng said softly. You! Butcher was instantly furious. The louder your voice, the more guilty you are. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Are you nervous or afraid? What? Butcher's eyes were bloodshot. He was furious. At this moment, whoosh! A white figure appeared. The appearance of the white-clothed man in uniform immediately shut Butcher up. Retreat to your positions, the white-clothed man shouted. Lin Feng nodded. His body lightly jumped, as if he was floating with the wind, and landed in the fixed cylindrical circle of light at the edge of the arena. Since they were participating in the elite martial competition, they were very familiar with the rules. Pei Hong had already repeated the rules countless times along the way. Butcher stared at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The rules are very simple. Defeat your opponent or knock them out of the arena. That's your victory. Don't overdo it. You are not allowed to kill your opponent when they have lost the ability to resist. Those who kill will be disqualified and punished. The white-clothed man looked at Lin Feng and Butcher and said seriously, "Are there any problems?" "No." "No," Lin Feng and Butcher answered. "Okay, the competition will officially begin after the bell rings." The white-clothed man nodded. He was just asking the usual question. In an instant, the white-robed man took a step back and disappeared like a ghost. As he disappeared, a clear sound of a bell rang out. Dong! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The battle had begun. To be continued. Xiao Xiao went to watch the pinnacle battle. Today is the third update. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 439. Kill him, Butcher! Chop off that little bastard's hand. I'm betting everything on you, Butcher. In the audience, everyone was shouting hysterically. Although there were 4 arenas in Area 6, more than 80% of the audience's attention was focused on this one. It was too eye-catching. The huge sum of 150 soul coins was enough to make people go crazy. Although the outside of the arena was extremely noisy and thunderous, the warriors inside the white light film could not hear a single sound. It was as if they had entered a silent space, and the only thing left was a battle that everyone was looking forward to. Lin Feng versus Butcher. Boom. Butcher's eyes were bloodshot, and he took the initiative to attack. His swift and fierce aura was like a giant demonic beast. He stomped hard on the ground and exploded with a terrifying power. At this moment, the giant saber on his back was suddenly unsheathed, with a trace of blood splashing. His killing intent was creeping, and it made people's hearts jump. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Butcher was indeed unable to take provocation. He was already carrying a huge amount of pressure and had nowhere to vent it. In addition, he was provoked by Lu Qing just now, and his anger had already gone to his head. He went all out at the beginning of the match, and his strength was completely unleashed. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Lu Qing into pieces. Good. Lin Feng's lips curled. However, his body did not move forward. Instead, he moved backward continuously. Instantly, the crowd in the audience seats mocked him endlessly. The trash sect is the trash sect, all of them are cowards. Running away before the battle, this Lin one is too weak. Is he going to admit defeat so quickly? Don't you know? This is called aura. Butcher's aura completely overwhelmed Lin one. That is a murderous aura that has been honed. How can a fledgling compare to it? The noise was endless. Those warriors who bet on Butcher were all laughing heartily. Seeing Lin Feng running away without a fight, they were in an extremely good mood. It was as if looking at the green smoke coins, more than half of the goose feather coins were already in their pockets. There was no suspense in the match. As for those warriors who were cautiously watching and did not bet, they sighed and shook their heads. However, he secretly blamed himself for being too careful and missing the opportunity. Lin Feng, what is he doing? Pei Hong's face turned red. Clenching her fists, she wished she could be the one fighting. A worried look flashed across little Jade's face. Only Pei Qing had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely confident in Lin Feng. As for Lei Dao, he stared at the battle without blinking. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang in his ears. One advanced and one retreated. Although the butcher was tall and big, his speed was not slow at all. Lin Feng, on the other hand, maintained a constant speed as he slowly retreated. At this moment, the light film behind him was getting closer and closer. It was close to the boundary of the Colosseum. Boom! A deafening roar rang out. Like a cat catching a mouse, the butcher was completely enraged by Lin Feng. His blood-red eyes flashed with a fierce light. Pung! Fierce Gang Qi condensed, and the giant saber shone brightly. As he waved his hand, it brought about a strong gust of wind, and the strong sonic boom seemed to be deafening. Like an army of 1,000, the butcher's figure arrived in the blink of an eye. 3 arts of the democratic saber. The saber intent was frenzied. Under the butcher's full power, it was like rolling thunder, an unstoppable attack. With the strength of a level 7 galaxy level, coupled with the explosive power, the butcher's attack was comparable to an ordinary galaxy level attack. The pressure was shocking, and the strong saber intent was filled with a violent aura, sealing the surrounding space. Bang! The nightmare spear was finally unsheathed. Facing the butcher's violent attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. The stronger the saber intent, the more terrifying the power, the slower the speed. This was within Lin Feng's expectations. Blinded by anger, the butcher's attack had too many flaws. Hua! With a slight dodge, Lin Feng dodged the violent gust of wind without any difficulty. No matter how shocking the butcher's aura was, his strength level was the same as Lin Feng's. They were both level 7 galaxy level. Being big didn't mean that his body was strong. In terms of body, Lin Feng, who was a dual cultivator, how could he be weaker than the butcher? Especially after activating the heroic soul, Lin Feng's speed was comparable to a galaxy level. Want to escape? No way. The butcher's eyes were like lightning, and the huge saber that fell from high above sliced horizontally. The intense cold light attacked Lin Feng's waist. The speed at which he changed his moves was shocking. It was as if it was a complete set of movements. At this moment, Lin Feng's mouth curved into a strange arc. On his right knee, a purplish-black light flashed, and thousands of small holes absorbed energy, bursting with a shocking aura. Wind vortex. Although the heroic soul had not fully recovered, the wind escape could not be used for the time being. But the wind vortex, with the amazing recovery power of the phoenix blood, had already recovered to its normal state. Hua! Lin Feng's figure actually spun strangely, turning the impossible into possible. It was like a speeding arrow that had inexplicably made a turn in the middle of the road. The butcher's expression was shocked, but the huge saber that he swung out could not be retracted, and the force was completely released. But the force was too strong, and 100% of the force was released, like a bucket of water being poured out. It could not be retracted. Now! Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Like a bolt of lightning, the nightmare demon's spear shone brightly, and Lin Feng's right hand attacked with all his might. Cold wind, rise! Lin Feng shouted, and his spear was fast and fierce, bringing along a cold wind. The momentum was completely released. The spear intent was firm, and even if it was the most basic wind spear art, it could display enough power. More importantly, the speed of the wind spear art, extremely fast. Want to plot against me? Stop dreaming! The butcher's eyes were fierce, and his reaction was fast. With a backhand slash, the huge saber seemed to be weightless under his control. Although his reaction was fast, Lin Feng's timing was perfect, and he caught the moment before the butcher's old force was used up and new force was generated. The momentum of the cold wind was completely released, and Lin Feng's strength instantly exploded. Break! The nightmare demon's spear brought about a vivid red light, and in an instant, it collided with the butcher's huge saber. Boom! The shocking sound of the collision made the hearts of all the spectators rise. They opened their eyes wide, as if they were suffocating. No, how is this possible? The moment the huge saber and the long spear collided, the butcher's expression changed. He could feel a crazy power surging out from his wrist. That force, together with the momentum, completely suppressed him. His chest felt suffocated, and he groaned. The butcher and Lin Feng both felt a strong reaction force and flew backward. It seemed like no one had much of an advantage, but Lin Feng flew towards the inside of the arena, and the butcher flew towards the outside. In the air, it was hard to control his body. Rip! With a shocking cracking sound, the light membrane was forcibly torn apart. The butcher's face was pale. Although he tried his best to stop his body, the shocking force and momentum could not be completely neutralized. Until he rushed out of the light membrane. Only then did the powerful reaction force slowly weaken. But he had already lost. Hua! The entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression, and their mouths were wide open. No one could have imagined that this battle would end like this. The butcher, who had the advantage with his fierce attacks, was actually defeated in an inexplicable way out of the boundary. This loss was too cowardly. How could this be? The butcher's face was ferocious, and the bloody light in his eyes was dense. Floating in the air, the butcher looked at Lin Feng, who was calmly standing in the middle of the arena. His entire body trembled, and he was furious. He was not even injured, and he lost in such a sullen way? This was too laughable. Lin won! The butcher roared like an enraged lion. The aura of the giant saber in his hand was awe-inspiring, full of a ruthless aura. The butcher stepped into the air, madly wanting to charge towards the arena, but, pa! A white figure flashed in front of him, blocking his path. The match is over. The white-clothed man's voice was as calm as a lake. He extended his right hand to block the butcher. Aye. The butcher clenched his teeth, extremely unwilling to accept his loss. But after all, he had participated in the elite martial competition many times, and he understood the rules. The seemingly ordinary white-clothed man in front of him was, in fact, a true powerhouse of the Lu and Fang clans, a star sea-level existence. If he provoked them, he would have to bear the consequences. Colored Jade Sect Lin Wen wins, the white-clothed man shouted. His voice was like a clear spring, entering everyone's ears, and it made everyone immediately recover from their shocked state. But in an instant they started cursing. What kind of bullshit match is this? Lin Wen used a trick. We request a rematch? Fuck, how can this be considered a win? Too shameless. The entire audience was cursing, and the martial artists who had bet on the butcher were about to go crazy. Seeing the butcher inexplicably lose, this feeling was too unbearable. They, too, were extremely unwilling to accept their loss. But facts were facts, and they could not be changed. This Lin Wen's luck is too good, isn't it? She can win like this? The corner of Li Liang's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although he was cursing, since ancient times, success or failure determined a hero, so he had nothing to say. Instead, he secretly felt lucky that he did not puff himself up at his own cost and bet with Lin Wen. Otherwise, he would have lost so much that he did not even have underwear left. Suddenly, Li Liang's expression changed. Thinking of the 150 battle spirit coins Lin Wen had bet at the betting area, and the astonishing odds, oh my, how much money will Lin Wen win this time? Thinking of that number, Li Liang's expression completely changed, and he was stunned on the spot. Humph, that big guy is really useless. Ding Ken was flustered and exasperated. He made this lady lose 50 wild spirit coins. I'm so angry. She kicked the stool away and pouted. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and her chest was heaving up and down. That idiot from the Colored Jade Sect is really lucky. Ding Ken looked at Wei Hai and curled her lips. Right, Martial Uncle Hai? Maybe. Wei Hai replied with a wry smile. Others did not know, but he was very clear about Lin Feng's strength. In the battle just now, only those with discerning eyes could see that Lin Feng did not use any strength at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 440. In the resting area. Great! Pei Hong hugged Pei Qing tightly and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. Too happy. We won, didn't we, little sister? Pei Hong kept asking questions like a child, smiling foolishly. Yes, sister, we finally won. Saiyu's sect will not be disqualified from the competition. Pei Qing showed a pure smile and was extremely happy. No matter what, the big stone in her heart was finally lifted. Little Jade and Lei Dao, the two little guys, high-fived and celebrated. The atmosphere was jubilant. There was no more burden on their shoulders. For 9 consecutive rounds of last place, there was a heavy chain in the hearts of everyone in Colored Jade's sect. Now they were all unlocked. And this was all thanks to one person. Hua! Lin Feng's figure appeared instantly. I've done what I promised you, senior sister. Striding over, Lin Feng smiled gently. His smile was very valiant. Pei Hong wiped the tears of excitement on her face and looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She pursed her lips tightly, and all the memories of the past disappeared like smoke. At this moment, there was only gratitude for Lin Feng in her heart. Thank you, Lin Feng. Great Lindigo, you're so powerful. Little Jade shouted, unable to contain her joy. Great Lindigo. Pei Qing gave a thumbs up. Lei Dao looked at Lin Feng with his sparkling eyes, looking at Lin Feng with respect. It's just luck, Lin Feng said modestly. Lin Feng glanced not far away and saw Butcher walking towards him with an angry face. He shook his head helplessly. This big guy seemed to be very unwilling. Lin won. Butcher roared. Lin Feng said indifferently. You coward, how dare you play dirty? Butcher's eyes were blood-red, and his veins were exposed. Victory and defeat are common in war. Come again next year. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Although the butcher in front of him was almost twice his size, a martial artist's strength was never measured by their size. In terms of physique, each of those shamans was at least 3 meters tall. How could the butcher compare to them? Butcher gritted his teeth and said angrily, This one doesn't count. If you have the guts, let's fight again. Lin Feng laughed involuntarily and shook his head. He looked at Pei Hong and the others and nodded. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he ignored the furious butcher and turned around to leave. Lin Wen, you coward! Butcher cursed loudly, his face filled with anger. But, stopping, Lin Feng slowly turned his head and stared at the butcher. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding atmosphere. Butcher felt his vision blur and his body tremble inexplicably. His heartbeat quickened. The Lin one in front of him seemed to have suddenly become a different person. This is, let me tell you, even if we fight another 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, you won't win. As Lin Feng's voice slowly fell into his ears, Butcher felt a wave of shock in his heart. Looking at Lin Feng's gradually fading figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He was a little dazed. He's right. A steady voice sounded in his ears. The butcher turned his head in surprise, only to see a pair of burning eagle eyes flickering. It was the Hu Pao. Last year's elite martial competition's top 4. Hu Pao. Butcher's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. This Lin one is much stronger than you think, Hu Pao said coldly. You'll know when you continue watching. After saying that, Hu Pao gently patted Butcher's shoulder and turned around to step out of the lounge. His match had begun. After leaving the lounge, Lin Feng and the others directly left through the contestants' passage. Is there something on my face? Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and asked curiously. From the moment they came out until now, Pei Hong had been staring at him with her eyes wide open, making him feel uncomfortable. Pei Hong blushed and snorted softly. I just wanted to see. How can your luck be so good? Even in such a passive situation, you still won against Butcher. Is that so? Lin Feng suddenly smiled. That's right. Pei Hong curled her lips and said, You're so lucky. No wonder Butcher was so angry. No one would be willing to accept it. You're wrong, sister. Pei Qing smiled and said, "Since the lounge, Lin De Gu has been scheming against Butcher, making him lose his patience and calm. Warriors are also human. Once anger gets to their heads, they will make mistakes. At that time, their judgment will be greatly reduced, just like Senior Sister Hong last year," Xiaolu mischievously added. Pei Hong's face instantly turned red. "What are you saying, little girl? Isn't that right, Lin De Gu?" Pei Qing looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Perhaps. Lin Feng smiled faintly. With his own strength, he might not be confident of defeating Ji Xia and Qin Qianqian, whom he had met yesterday. However, against a mere butcher, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It was just that there was no need to do so now. "Hey, Lin De Gu, aren't we going back to Reflection Tower?" Xiaolu asked in surprise. "Of course we're going back. There's still a long time before the afternoon competition," Lin Feng replied. Although there were only a few hours, he could seize the time to practice his spear technique. Cultivation was a process of accumulation. "Where are we going now?" Pei Hong asked curiously. Looking at the puzzled girls, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Did you all forget that I bet 150 soul spirit coins at the betting booth?" The three girls covered their small mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. If Lin Feng had not mentioned it, they would have completely forgotten about it. "How much is that?" Pei Hong swallowed her saliva with a gulp sound. She was a little stunned. "Wow, Lin De Gu, you've earned a lot this time," Pei Qing said in surprise. Just 150 soul spirit coins was already beyond their imagination. If it was increased, who knew how much it would reach? Xiaolu's eyes were sparkling. She was completely excited. 1. 411, 2. 670. Looking at the shocking odds, Pei Hong and the others were completely stunned. After a day of betting, Lin Feng's 150 soul spirit coins had long been surpassed by the warriors who had bet on Butcher. At the end of the betting period, the odds on Lin Feng's victory had reached a shocking value of 1. 2. 67. 1. 2 is 300 soul spirit coins. 1. 2. 67 is. Xiaolu's eyes were shining brightly as she counted with her fingers. "It's 400. 5 soul spirit coins." Pei Qing was in disbelief. Pei Hong was completely dumbfounded. She was so stunned that she could not say a word. The surrounding people were already in an uproar. They were shocked by the shocking bet. That was a total of 400 soul spirit coins. In Green Smoke City, it was already considered a rich person. The total assets of many large sects would not be this amount. "I recognize him. He's that Lin one. Damn, this kid is really lucky. He earned 250 soul spirit coins, just like that. Unlucky, that kid's luck is too good. Butcher originally had the advantage, but in the end, he inexplicably went out of bounds. Damn, I lost miserably because of him." Everyone was in a heated discussion. Their voices were mixed with jealousy and hatred. In an instant, Lin Feng became the target of public criticism. Everyone in Colored Jade's sect felt the burning gazes around them. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to it. His indifferent smile was still calm. Looking at the light screen, at this time, many matches in Area 6 had ended. His opponent for the next round had been announced. "It's really him, Li Liang." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Enemies were bound to meet. Moreover, this Li Liang did have some skills. The eldest son of the Li family, a peak galaxy-level powerhouse, had entered the top 100 last year. This year, he was going straight for the top 32. He did have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, "I'm afraid you'll have to stop in the second round this year." Lin Feng's eyes were clear. For him, not to mention using his full strength, just the strength of the war god was enough to defeat all the galaxy-level powerhouses. Peak galaxy level? He could even kill the sorcerer race. "Warrior Linwen, you'll get a total of 400. 5 soul spirit coins." The staff at the gambling area was sweating profusely. It was unknown whether they were nervous or afraid. The amount is a bit big. Please give us some time to prepare. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Pei Hong and the other two girls were also surprised. Help me bet all 400 soul spirit coins on the second round. Lin Feng did not care about the other people's shocked expressions. He pointed at himself and said, Lin Wen wins. The crowd gasped. They looked at Lin Feng with amazement. They had seen people who gambled hard, but they had never seen someone who gambled so hard. The bet of 400 soul spirit coins was too crazy. The remaining 0.5 Do Ling coin will be your reward. Lin Feng chuckled. He did not care about the stunned warriors around him. He looked back at Pei Hong and the others and nodded. Let's go. Oh, okay. Pei Hong and the others immediately reacted and followed. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, leaving behind a group of martial artists staring at each other in dismay. The only one who was inexplicably excited was the staff. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. To Lin Feng, perhaps 400 soul spirit coins was just an illusion. It was just a game. However, to him, 0.5 soul spirit coins were worth thousands of gold. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Soon, this even more sensational bet was spread. Li Liang, who had just won the competition easily, heard the news. His face immediately darkened and he was trembling with anger. He was completely looked down upon. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He directly bet 400 soul spirit coins on himself to win. It was as if he was slapped in the face in front of him. He was so unscrupulous. Li Tong. Li Liang shouted angrily. Young master, what are your orders? A short warrior behind him replied. Sell all of my money, including some useless things. Li Liang clenched his teeth. Young master, you, Li Tong said. Don't talk nonsense. Li Liang said coldly. Then bet all your money on me to win this round. Yes, young master. Li Tong cupped his hands and left. Bang! Li Liang's veins were exposed. He directly crushed the cup in his right hand. With a hint of madness and passion in his eyes, Li Liang's anger was completely provoked by Lin Feng. He wanted to have a good bet with Lin Feng. I want to see how much weight you have. How dare you provoke me like this? Don't think that I'm like that stupid donkey Tu Fu Lin Wen. In the competition in the afternoon, I'll let you. I'll always remember. Second update, my head hurts, I can't make up for it. Brothers, please forgive me, Xiao Xiao is trying her best at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 441. Lin Feng, are you crazy? Pei Hong's eyes widened as she said in a trembling voice. It was not easy to say outside, but once they returned to the reflection tower, Pei Hong's impatient temper completely exploded. Lin Feng smiled lightly. That's 400 soul spirit coins. Pei Hong's face flushed red. Even though the emperor was not worried, the eunuch was. Seeing Pei Hong so anxious, Lin Feng's heart instantly warmed. Pei Hong was indeed kind, but her personality was too carefree and not good at expressing herself. Just like now, she was clearly worried about him, but her tone sounded like she was questioning him. She was too straightforward and said whatever was on her mind. What's there to be afraid of? We'll win it back anyway, Lin Feng said with a smile. His words shut Pei Hong's mouth, leaving her speechless. Pei Hong said angrily, Lin Feng, you think you'll be so lucky every time? Li Liang is not like Tu Fu. He entered the top 100 last time. Don't look at him like that. He's much stronger than Tu Fu. So? Lin Feng's expression was still calm. You. Pei Hong pointed at Lin Feng, her face red. Pei Qing suddenly smiled and said, Lin De Gu, Sister is worried about you. Who cares about him? Pei Hong's face was red as she said, I'm just worried that the 400 soul spirit coins will be wasted. It's not your money, Senior Sister Hong. Why are you so nervous? Xiaolu muttered softly. Little girl, what did you say? Pei Hong gritted her teeth. Lin Feng smiled faintly, understanding in his heart. However, to him, a mere 400 soul spirit coins was indeed nothing. So what if he won? So what if he lost? Don't you and me? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He grabbed Pei Hong's wrist and walked towards the practice hall. Instead of being entangled in such meaningless matters, why don't you practice spear with me while you still have time? You want me to win too, right? When the time comes, the 400 soul spirit coins might be doubled. In your dreams. Pei Hong's wrist was grabbed and she immediately felt powerless. Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that you'll embarrass the Tsayu sect. I know. Lin Feng replied with a smile. 9 Dragons Arena. The first round of the competition was still going on, but the betting area had already exploded. Lin Wen's odds for Li Liang remained high. Everyone stared at the astonishing odds. They wanted to bet but were a little hesitant. After all, Lin Wen had just become a dark horse that was neither too big nor too small. Now it was another 400 Douling coins. What an enormous sum! As the crowd watched, the odds dropped to 1,001, 100, 000. Suddenly, the numbers on the big screen changed rapidly. The odds dropped drastically. Those betting on Li Liang's victory went from 100 to 190 and then to 180. The odds dropped rapidly. A huge amount of money was placed on Li Liang. In an instant, it was as if a fire had landed on the entire oil layer, completely igniting it. All the hesitation and observation were thrown away at this moment. The eyes of the gamblers were already bloodshot. They had just lost such a miserable round. No matter what, they had to turn it around. What are you afraid of? Lin Wen was just lucky to win against Butcher. That's right. You didn't see that match. Butcher had been holding the advantage, but he accidentally stepped out of bounds in the end. Unlucky. Young Master Li is different. He was in the top 100 last year. He's much stronger than Butcher. That's right. He's at the peak of the Star River level. On paper, Li Liang completely crushed Lin Wen. Everyone discussed animatedly, and all of them condemned Lin Wen in speech and in writing. After all, Lin Wen had gotten a huge dark horse in the last round. He had offended too many people. For a moment, the crowd was united against a common enemy. The limelight was completely on Li Liang's side. In an instant, the situation collapsed and became one-sided. Bets quickly appeared. After the first round between Lin Wen and Butcher, the second round was once again ignited. No one knew that the instigator of this was Li Liang himself. In the training hall. This. Pei Hong was completely stunned. Holding the long whip in her hand, Pei Hong was trembling in disbelief. She looked at Lin Feng as if she was looking at a monster. What do you think of this spear technique? Lin Feng frowned. Is there anything missing? In this battle, Pei Hong could no longer gain the upper hand. How is this possible? Pei Hong's expression changed. In just a day's time, Lin Feng's spear technique had completely transformed. This tough and straight spear was actually able to unleash an extremely strong force of flexibility and entanglement, completely blocking her whip technique. It was simply unbelievable. Most importantly, why is this spear technique so similar to my whip technique? Pei Hong's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng. Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Yes, this spear technique evolved from your whip technique. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't want to hide anything from Pei Hong. Although I can bring out the gentleness of coil, compared to your whip technique, it's still lacking in elegance and lightness. Most importantly, there's still the killer move. Pei Hong was completely stunned at this time. Her chest kept rising and falling as if she was suffocating. Lin Feng's actions were far beyond her imagination. Evolving the whip technique into a spear technique? It was too unimaginable. But however, the truth was right in front of her eyes. Lin Feng's spear technique was not only similar in appearance, but also in spirit. The spear intent contained in the spear technique was almost the same as her whip intent. If her whip intent was 100%, then the spear intent that Lin Feng displayed was 60%. How did you do it? Pei Hong's voice was slightly trembling as her eyes were filled with shock. Just like this. Lin Feng's lips curved slightly as the nightmare demon's spear pierced through the clouds and pierced toward Pei Hong's whip. In an instant, Pei Hong reflexively retreated. The whip in her hand was like a venomous snake that had an extremely strong entanglement. Again, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Perhaps after a few more battles, I will be able to fully comprehend it. Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling. Biting her lips, Pei Hong's heart raced. Her evaluation of Lin Feng had completely changed. This kind of comprehension talent, too abnormal. Good. Pei Hong's eyes darkened as the whip in her hand rose. Accompanied by a delicate shout, fiery red aura energy immediately condensed around the whip, forming a small eye of a storm. The surrounding air was immediately compressed, and Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. She was waiting for this move. I want to see if you can really learn it all. Pei Hong gritted her teeth and thought. In an instant, the whip in her hand danced. Light and shadow overlap. The fiery red aura instantly boiled. The first round of the competition finally came to an end. A total of 800 battles were held in the 10 districts, and each district had 4 arenas, and all of them had ended. Some people were happy while others were sad. Battles were either won or lost. There weren't any major upsets in the first round. Aside from the battle between Lin Wen and Butcher, which caused everyone's jaws to drop, everything else was ordinary. Last year's top 100 contestants did not kill each other in the first round due to the competition schedule. All of them advanced easily. And this was just the appetizer. The real excitement would only begin in the second round. The battles between the top 100 contestants and the battles between the winners were enough to make people's blood boil. After a short lunch break, the victorious contestants immediately entered their respective districts. In fact, most of the contestants did not even leave the resting area. Have you completed the task I asked you to do? Li Liang's face was ashen. Reporting to young master, I did not disappoint you. Li Tong cupped his hands and said, a total of 55 Do spirit coins have been bet. As of now, young master's odds are slightly lower than Lin Feng's. If young master can win this match, young master will receive a total of 100 Do spirit coins. Very good. Li Liang clenched his right fist. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. But young master, if you lose, Li Tong said hesitantly. Suddenly, slap, a loud slap. Li Liang was like a vicious leopard. He was furious and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How can I lose to that kid? Yes, I'm sorry, young master. Li Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He bowed his head and apologized. Get lost. Li Liang's face was full of disdain. Li Tong bit his lips. He did not dare to say anything and retreated. Lin Wen, I will lose to him. Li Liang snorted disdainfully. The battle between Lin Feng and Tu Fu appeared in his mind. He sneered and said, Do you think I am a brainless trash like Tu Fu, Lin Wen? You want to use the bet to pressure me? You are too naive. This time, I'll make you suffer a double loss. You are dead. Li Liang gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious. Hurry up. Pei Hong said anxiously. What's the hurry? There is still 15 minutes before it starts. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The people of Caifei sect were rushing. There was not much time left before the afternoon competition started. It's all your fault. There was no end to the practice. If Qing did not come in to call us, we would be finished. Pei Hong thought that she was lucky. If she missed the competition and lost without a fight, she would have lost too unjustly. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, he was completely immersed in the comprehension of the spear art and forgot about the time. We can make it, sister. Pei Qing smiled faintly. It better be. Pei Hong snorted. Area 6 Lounge. This Lin one is really slow. Seeing that the competition time was almost up, Li Liang could not help but frown. There is still 15 minutes left. Li Liang looked at the time. His gaze was deep as he exhaled. Damn, this kid is too good at scheming. He did it to Tu Fu and now he is doing it to me. Does he think I will fall for it? I won't. Li Liang closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Time passed by minute, until the competition was about to start. Hua! A bright light appeared. Li Liang suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw in front of him was indeed the people of Caifei's sect. Lin Wen's calm and indifferent face looked extremely hateful. I knew it. Li Liang gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Feng. He shouted angrily, Lin Wen, don't you dare try to influence my mind. Let me tell you, this time, your plan has failed. Lin Feng was startled. He looked at Li Liang, not knowing what he was talking about. How did he offend him? At this time, Lin Feng did not have time to think too much, because in his chest, his identity card was vibrating gently and shining. Li Liang took out his identity card and flew out of the lounge with a ferocious expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly and followed him. The second battle began. To be continued. I'm going all out. I hope everything goes smoothly today. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 442. Beat that bastard! Li Liang, finish him in 1 minute. Make him spit out all the money he earned. The spectator seats were filled with people, and more than 80% of the people had their eyes fixed on Lin Wen. Although he was a nobody, a newcomer, Lin Feng's fame was even greater than Li Liang's. Because of that crazy bet, he became famous in a day. Did you hear it when you came in? Li Liang looked at Lin Feng, who had just landed, with surprise in his eyes. Hear what? Lin Feng smiled. Everyone in the audience was shouting that you lost. They were betting on how long it would take for me to defeat you. Li Liang sneered, his eyes sparkling. Weren't they like that in the first round? Lin Feng said with a carefree smile. His eyes did not avoid Li Liang's gaze. In that instant, a sharp light flashed in his eyes like a sharp bolt of lightning. Li Liang's heart shook. The Lin Feng in front of him was like a different person. He was extremely shocked. With a faint smile, Lin Feng turned to look at the light film and said, in less than 30 seconds, I will make them all shut up. Li Liang was stunned, and his expression changed. Lin Wen, you! Li Liang gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to explode, a white figure appeared in front of him. Hua! A white-clothed man in uniform appeared like a ghost. Retreat to your positions! The white-clothed man yelled. Li Liang had no choice but to swallow his unfinished words. He threw a glare at Lin Feng and walked back unwillingly. Clenching his right fist, Li Liang's eyes flashed fiercely. 30 seconds? Lin Wen, you really have guts. I want to see how you're going to deal with this after 30 seconds. Trash sex coward wants to win against me? Keep dreaming. Li Liang's anger flared. In the resting area. Since he met Li Liang, that idiot from Trash Sect has reached his end. Ding Ken sneered. The match hasn't even started yet. It's too early to make a conclusion. Wei Hai shook his head. Could it be that Marshal Uncle Hai thinks that the fool can still win? Ding Ken asked curiously. I don't know either, Wei Hai said. Indeed, He himself did not know whether he hoped that Lin Feng would win or that Lin Feng would lose. The two emotions intertwined, and his heart was in chaos. I also hope that this fool still has such good luck. Ding Qin covered his mouth and laughed. If I meet Li Liang in the next round, I have no chance of winning at all. Wei Hai sighed lightly and hesitated to speak. Should he tell her that she would die even more miserably if she met Lin Feng? Let nature take its course. Let's wait and see. Wei Hai's eyes burned as he nodded thoughtfully. After going back and thinking about it carefully, he could understand why Lin Feng was participating in the competition. Entering the top 32 and choosing the soul attraction technique reward was extremely important to Lin Feng. It seems that I have created a huge problem for Rising Wind Valley because of me. Wei Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he thought so in his heart, in reality, Wei Hai did not care too much. I'm afraid Lin Degu will be in trouble in this battle. Pei Qing's beautiful eyes flashed. Why do you say that, senior sister Qing? Little Jade raised her head and asked in surprise. Although Lin Degu is very strong, he should be on par with Tu Fu, Pei Qing said softly. Pei Qing said softly, from the last exchange between him and the butcher, we can see that Brother Lin's strength isn't bad. In terms of power, he's on par with the butcher. He's also considered an elite amongst the level 7 galaxy states. However, Li Liang, he is a peak galaxy state and is even stronger. Pei Qing shook her head. Lin Degu is probably doomed in this battle. Little Jade's expression changed slightly as she said stubbornly, No, Lin Degu will definitely win. Biting her lips lightly, Little Jade immediately turned around and looked at Pei Hong. Right, senior sister Hong? Pei Hong looked at the arena in the distance with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She nodded and said, Yes, he will win. Pei Qing and Little Jade were both stunned. The two of them did not expect Pei Hong to answer in such a way and were very surprised. Pei Hong sighed softly as she looked at the two of them. He hit a lot. Lin Feng's strength is more than we imagined, much stronger. Repeat the rules. Defeat the opponent or knock the opponent out of the arena's range, and you will win. Don't overdo it. You are not allowed to kill the opponent when they have lost the ability to resist. Those who kill will be disqualified and punished. The white-clothed man looked at Lin Feng and Li Liang and said seriously, Are there any problems? No. Lin Feng and Li Liang said in unison. Although they were far apart, Lin Feng could see the murderous glint in Li Liang's eyes. It was as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. But was it useful? Strength determined everything. After the bell rings, the battle will officially begin. The white-clothed man nodded. Taking a step back, the white-clothed man disappeared again like a ghost. Following his disappearance, a clear bell rang. Dang! The bell rang like thunder. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as the stars. He shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, he no longer held back his strength, because he wanted to defeat Li Liang. So! Lin Feng moved as fast as a gust of wind. The nightmare devil spear on his back clanged like a clap of thunder. His speed was extremely fast. Haha, this piece of trash won't use tricks this time. Stupid, can the same move be used twice? Does he really think the young master of the Li family is stupid? Trying to make the first move? Heh, he will die even faster. The spectators mocked Lin Feng. Everyone had a low opinion of Lin Feng's strength. However, this was human nature. One was a level 7 cosmic river state while the other was a peak cosmic river state. Just the difference in physical strength was twice. Wanting to win? It was too difficult. Your courage is commendable, Li Liang sneered. The treasure sword on his back was unsheathed. Li Liang's eyes were shining. I want to see how you can defeat me in 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Emperor Shun's qi. Lin Feng shouted. Condensing the heaven and earth qi, His soul heart spun, causing a black fog to spread out with his body as the center. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. A hazy figure appeared in his mind, and his spear intent appeared. Dragon Sun Spear Art. Lin Feng shouted coldly. It was a spear technique that was filled with extreme yang energy and was filled with extremely sharp gang qi. Pei Qing was wrong about one thing. That day, Lin Feng and Tu Fu's final attack. It wasn't his full strength. Qi. The sound of air breaking was sharp, causing a violent tremor. Li Liang's expression was completely serious. He was naturally not stupid. From the beginning, Lin Feng's strength was fully displayed. He definitely couldn't underestimate him. This bastard is really sinister. He actually hid his strength in the battle with Tu Fu. Li Liang gritted his teeth. White qi condensed on his treasure sword. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. However, when he saw the strange black fog, Li Liang's mind was filled with questions. Suddenly, with the black fog around him, Li Liang's expression changed. A huge pressure came from all directions. His body felt like it was sinking into a swamp. What is this? Li Liang's expression changed. He felt uncomfortable all over. His speed was instantly reduced. In the black fog, Lin Feng's figure was extremely ghostly. With one increasing and the other decreasing, their speed instantly increased. Li Liang could only feel his hair standing on end as his aura gathered in front of him. Spear light. An extremely strong spear. Lin Feng had come. Boom! An extremely strong tremor shook the heavens and earth. Facing Li Liang, Lin Feng didn't need to do much. Whether it was his body or strength, he was completely restrained. At this time, he only needed fight. Not good. Li Liang was shocked. At this time, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. He hurriedly retreated. The treasure sword in his hand flashed with golden light. He waved it to form an impenetrable defense. But, too late. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Wind vortex. With a deep voice, a purplish-black light shone from his right knee. Tens of thousands of small holes condensed a powerful aura. In an instant, Lin Feng's speed increased explosively. Like a bolt of lightning, he suddenly struck down. Fast as a shooting star. There were no fancy moves or superfluous move. The fiery red body of the nightmare demon's spear was like a falling meteor. It completely blocked all of Li Liang's escape route. With the restriction of the black fog, Lin Feng's speed was fully displayed. At this moment, the power of the war god erupted. He was about to go crazy. No! Li Liang hurriedly blocked. At this moment, he felt that the Lin Feng in front of him was actually so terrifying. Block it! Li Liang clenched his teeth. His sword intent rose and formed a sturdy defense. However, the light in front of him was overwhelming. It was like a dragon coming out of the sea. Lin Feng's lone figure instantly appeared. His speed was unimaginably fast. Break! Lin Feng's eyes shone like stars. The spear intent was fully displayed. The power of the Sun Dragon spear art was displayed to the extreme. Qi! It was a shocking spear. Bang! The spear and sword clashed. In this black fog, it was like a cloud of smoke exploding. The entire audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was as if they were suffocating. Powerful. Wei Hai let out a long breath. He really won. Hu Pao crossed his arms. His eyes were shining. The black fog gradually dissipated. In the arena, the scene in front of everyone was unbelievable. Lin Feng held the spear with one hand and pointed the spear at Li Liang's throat. His expression was calm. The dense qi of heaven and earth twined around his body, forming a spiral-shaped mist. Lin Feng was like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Li Liang's face was pale. He covered his chest with his hand. Red blood kept dripping. He was seriously injured. Looking at Lin Feng, Li Liang's eyes were filled with fear and shock. In that instant, he even felt the arrival of the god of death. If Lin Feng's spear was pushed forward, he would die without a burial place. Exactly. 30 seconds. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Li Liang's expression changed instantly. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a devil. His body kept trembling. No, impossible. Li Liang only felt a chill down his spine. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only an instant had passed. In other words, the 30 seconds that Lin Feng said. It started from the moment he said it. I guess there are only 3 chapters today. My head hurts. Let's continue writing. I'll make up for what I owe everyone as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 443. It was extremely shocking. The entire audience gasped in unison. The martial artists who bet on Li Liang had extremely ugly expressions. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The young master of the Li family, a peak galaxy-level powerhouse, actually, defeated in one move, and his opponent was just a new disciple of the trash sect. The strength of a galaxy-level level 7 was extremely ordinary. But the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Looking at this scene, the dumbfounded crowd instantly burst out in angry voices. What bullsh***** T young master of the Li family? Peak galaxy level? Too weak. Fishing for compliments. Wave after wave of curses rang out. At this moment, Li Liang's reputation had completely fallen to the bottom. Especially the cultivators who had placed their bets on Li Liang. They were hurling insults at Li Liang as if they were venting their anger. Their faces were flushed red, and the entire audience was boiling. It's not that Li Liang is weak, it's that Lin Feng is too strong, Wei Hai muttered softly. Ignorant! Hu Pao snorted coldly. Those who were observant could naturally see Lin Feng's strength. Most of the curses from the audience were because they were indignant and could not vent their resentment. They were purely looking for an outlet to vent their anger. In the crowd, Butcher's eyes widened as the corners of his mouth twitched. This Lin Wen is really too strong. He defeated Li Liang in one move head-on. What kind of strength is that? Is he really a galaxy-level level 7? And that strange black fog, I'm afraid it's an extremely powerful spirit treasure. Thinking of the battle in the morning, Butcher's heart was filled with horror. He suddenly remembered what Hu Pao said to him, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Indeed, with Lin Wen's strength, to win against him, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Lin De Gu, you're so strong. Pei Qing covered her mouth in shock. Wow! Xiao Lu's eyes widened as she shouted excitedly, Lin De Gu is too strong. That young master of the Li family is just an embroidered pillow. He looks good but is useless. Pei Hong shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes twinkling. Lin Feng's strength was more terrifying than she had imagined. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu did not know, but she knew very well that the battle with Li Liang just now, Lin Feng still hadn't used his full strength. Hua! Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared with a hint of valiance. Looking at the people of the colored jade sect, he gave them a thumbs up and the corners of his mouth rose. Venting your anger? Lin Feng smiled faintly as he brushed past Pei Hong. Pei Hong was stunned. She suddenly recalled the battle between Lin Feng and Butcher. Comparing it to the current battle with Li Liang, the meaning behind it was instantly clear. Thank you. Pei Hong smiled. Let's go. Lin Feng chuckled. Let's go back and continue. Ah! Pei Hong was stunned for a moment before she suddenly smiled and said, All right, I'll accompany you to the end. Pei Hong's smile was full of sincerity. At this moment, Pei Hong truly regarded Lin Feng as a friend. She had a carefree personality, and was also the eldest martial sister of the colored jade sect. Her personality was just like a boy's. Once someone was truly recognized by her as a friend, Pei Hong wouldn't even frown even if she had to sacrifice herself. Lin Wen became famous in one battle. Stepping on Li Liang's shoulder, his reputation reached the peak. Not only did he defeat Li Liang with absolute strength, but his wealth had also reached an astonishing amount. A total of 900 Do spirit coins. Lin Feng earned a lot from the battle with Li Liang. Even though people hated him to the point of gnashing their teeth and wanting to fry him, so what? Gold and silver falling into his pocket was better than anything else. That was a total of 900 Do spirit coins. In Green Smoke City, he was definitely considered the richest. Although there was still a big gap between him and the masters of Green Smoke City, the Fang and Lu families, one must know Lin Feng's identity. He was just a disciple of the Colored Jade sect, but he was richer than most of the sections. It was indeed enviable. The news spread in an instant. The entire Green Smoke City was filled with the legend of Lin Wen. However, at this moment, Lin Feng, who was at the peak of the storm, didn't care at all. In the training hall, Lin Feng and Pei Hong were fighting fiercely. There were more than 16 hours before the start of the third round. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. He had to seize every minute and every second. You must abide by the sect rules. Lin Feng, this is all I can help you with. Pei Hong's eyes flickered. The long whip in her hand collided with Lin Feng's nightmare demon spear. The two forces entangled and instantly retreated. This is enough. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. To him, Pei Hong's unreserved sparring was no different from teaching. This kind of practice comprehension was much more efficient than comprehending by himself. I don't know how long it will take. But even if it's incomplete, it's not inferior to the Sun Dragon spear art. If it's completely comprehended, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The nightmare demon spear in his hand vibrated. He looked at Pei Hong and smiled. Don't stop. Again. Okay. Although Pei Hong was slightly tired, she still gritted her teeth and risked her life to accompany him. The long whip danced like a raging fire. An astonishing pressure instantly appeared. Pei Hong's eyes were like lightning. She immediately used her best move. She wasn't afraid of injuring Lin Feng at all. This was because she knew that this abnormal body in front of her had a monstrous recovery ability. Good. Lin Feng laughed. 9 Dragon Arena. After an afternoon of competition, the second round of the competition had come to an end. In the cruel elimination round, the weak definitely couldn't survive. 6 of last year's top 100 had been eliminated. A new generation of experts would always spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Especially this year, there were 2 more mysterious experts, Ji Xia and Qin Qianqian. They easily eliminated 2 of last year's top 100 contestants. The 2 of them didn't reveal their talents, but their star C level strength was undoubtedly revealed. Although Lin Feng's victory over Li Liang was shocking, his strength was only at the 7th stage of the Star River level. It might be interesting as a joke, but in terms of a true expert, it was far from his turn. Perhaps if he was lucky, Lin Feng could enter the top 100. But to enter the top 32, all of them had to go through many rounds of selection and stand out from the crowd of experts. And to enter the top 10 and enter the Green Smoke Secret Realm, almost all of them were Star C level existences. Lin Feng was too far away. Lin De Gu, your opponent is out, Little Jade said happily. At this moment, Lin Feng was slowly walking out of the training hall with Pei Hong. Although his physique was different from that of ordinary people, Pei Hong was just an ordinary person. After 6 hours of intense battle, Pei Hong had reached her limit. But he still had to be protective of her and not tire her out. Oh, who's my next opponent? Lin Feng asked casually. In fact, it didn't matter who the opponent was. After looking at the list, Lin Feng already had an idea. It was just a choice of 2. Lin De Gu should be familiar with her. She's Ding Can from the Rising Wind Valley. Pei Qing nodded lightly. Ding Can. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he smiled. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow path. In the Rising Wind Valley, he had never seen Ding Can before, but he was very familiar with her name. Back then, he deceived Xian Er and used her innocence to send Xian Er into the chaotic mountain to die. It was this vicious woman. 7th stage of the Star River level. Ah, Lin De Go, her strength is the same as yours. Little Jade said in surprise. Much worse. Pei Hong pouted and said disdainfully, Lin Feng can even defeat Li Liang easily. What's a mere 7th stage of the Star River level? Then, Pei Hong couldn't help but look at Lin Feng meaningfully. But this Ding Can is very beautiful. Lin Feng, you won't be reluctant to do it, right? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. You'll know tomorrow whether I can do it or not. Be merciful? Be protective of the fairer sex? How could that be possible? Xian Er, tomorrow, let me avenge you first. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Even if he was protective of the fairer sex, he had to look at the person. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Especially for martial artists who were immersed in cultivation. When they entered the 6th area again, the number of people had been completely reduced. There was only less than a quarter left. But the atmosphere in the 9 Dragons arena was gradually reaching a climax. From the first round to the second round, from the third round to the fourth round, there would be more weaklings being eliminated in each round. The truly powerful ones would appear in pairs in the following matches, and they would present an exciting battle. Lin De Go, the way they look at you has completely changed. Little Jade whispered. That's for sure. Pei Qing smiled. Because they now know Lin De Ji's strength, they feel pressured. Unnecessary pressure. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Only the improvement of one's own strength was the most important. Feeling fear and pressure was a form of doubt of one's own strength. Suddenly, Lin Feng immediately turned his head when he sensed a strange gaze. He saw a delicate and pretty girl smiling at him. Not far behind her, Wei Hai was looking at him with sparkling eyes. She is Ding Kansas, Lin Feng thought to himself. Out of politeness, he nodded slightly at Ding Kansas. Ding Can smiled sweetly and immediately walked over. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but he did not avoid her. He wanted to see what this girl, who looked like a girl but had a heart of snakes and scorpions, wanted to do. Hello, big brother Linwen, I've heard a lot about you. Ding Can bowed slightly, her eyes filled with reverence. I am Ding Can from Rising Wind Valley. Big brother Linwen, you can call me Kansas. It's our first time meeting, please take care of me. Hello. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Big brother Linwen, you were so powerful in the last round. Ding Can's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, that sharp spear made my blood boil. I defeated the Li family's young master in an instant, so satisfying. Big brother Linwen, you don't know, but the Li family's young master usually. Sorry, I have something to do. Lin Feng directly interrupted Ding Can's words, turned around and left. He did not care at all about Ding Can's changing expression behind him. He walked to a place where no one was around, sat down cross-legged, and quietly closed his eyes. A blatant rejection. Thank you everyone for your subscriptions, monthly votes, recommendations, and rewards. Thank you, Xiao Xiao will continue to work hard. At to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 444. Ding Can's face instantly turned pale. She was so angry that her body trembled. Ding Can was ashamed to make such a fool of herself in front of so many people. However, the girls from Caifei's sect burst into laughter. Seeing Ding Can like this, they felt a burst of joy. Even Wei Hai felt a little happy. He had never liked Ding Can, but because of her special identity, he had no choice. But now, Lin Feng helped him vent his anger. She is very smart, but unfortunately she has a vicious heart. Wei Hai shook his head gently. Ding Qin came from a famous family. Her talent was better than Ding Qing's, but she liked to take shortcuts. Therefore, her achievements were neither high nor low. Lin Wen, are you a man or not? Ding Qin bit her lips and stomped her feet in anger. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to it. He did not have a good impression of this beautiful girl in front of him. Love the house and its crow, and hate the house as well. With regards to this senior sister Xian just from her performance just now, he already knew her character. Beauty trap? Would it work on him? When it was time to act, he would not hesitate. After 2 rounds of elimination, the 160 warriors in Area 6 were reduced to 40. The remaining warriors were all elites of the elite. As the competition approached, they were all rubbing their hands and concentrating. There were only 2 battles left before the top 100. Failure at this time was no different from being eliminated in the first round. Only by entering the top 100 could they truly stand out in the elite martial competition. Obtaining the title of elite warrior would be of great help to these warriors' future in Green Smoke City. This was a hurdle that everyone wanted to cross. But how could it be so easy? Soon, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. At this time, the identity card in his pocket was already shining, agile and light. It meant that the 3rd round of the competition had officially begun. Other than Lin Feng, the identity cards of 7 warriors in Area 6 lit up at the same time, including Ding Kansas. Ding Kan's expression kept changing. His eyes darted around as he watched Lin Feng's back. He bit his lip. Hua! Lin Feng entered the arena. His expression was calm and composed, like an old tree with roots. It's much quieter this time. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This time, there was no noise from the audience. He decided to stop while he was ahead. The 900 soul coins were already in his hands. As the saying goes, things should not be done more than 3 times. Now that he was about to cause public outrage, there was no need for him to earn this kind of money. Besides, the first match might have been due to luck. Winning 2 matches in a row and defeating Li Liang in a single move, his strength had already been exposed. For Ding Kan's battle, the odds had become extremely low. After all, in terms of strength, Ding Kan was far inferior to Li Liang. They're here. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The light membrane flickered and broke apart. Ding Kan's figure appeared before them. That slightly pale face looked pitiful. Those who didn't know might be deceived, but he was well aware. Since the first plan didn't work, another one? Lin Feng pondered. This woman was truly formidable. She knew how to display and make use of her advantages. That sickly appearance of hers truly brought out the weak side of a woman. At this moment, Hua, the white-clothed man, appeared in a flash. Without waiting for him to speak, Lin Feng had already leapt backwards. Like a gentle breeze, he landed in the fixed cylindrical circle of light. Repeat the rules. Defeat the opponent or knock the opponent out of the arena, and that is your victory. Don't overdo it. You are not allowed to kill the opponent when they have lost the ability to resist. Those who kill will be disqualified and punished. The white-clothed man looked at Lin Feng and Ding Kan, his eyes sparkling. After the bell rings, the competition will officially begin. After speaking, the white-clothed man left. He came and went without a trace. The moment he left, a clear bell rang. Dang! Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. The battle had begun. Like a whirlwind, Lin Feng rushed forward in a flash. He didn't hold back at all. Just like the battle with Li Liang, he had the advantage by striking first. No matter who the opponent was, he would treat them equally. Emperor Shun's Qi. Lin Feng shouted softly. In an instant, the strong qi of heaven and earth condensed and wrapped around his body like a spiral. Along with the rotation of his soul, the innate black fog instantly condensed and spread out with his body as the center, forming a complete and unique space. The power of close combat was displayed to the extreme. Green Lotus Sword Art. Ding-Can gritted his teeth and immediately went forward. All of his schemes were useless. The young man in front of him was like a 1,000-year-old ice cube, without the slightest emotion. The difference in aura was huge. On Lin Feng's side, it was firm and fierce, like a hurricane. On Ding-Can's side, it was like a spring breeze, and its power was greatly reduced. What a terrifying aura! Ding-Can's expression changed. Only after experiencing it personally did he realize how terrifying Lin Feng was. That was a true expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. This trash sect disciple, who was once like a fool in her eyes, made her deeply shocked. Too strong. Dragon Sun Spear Art. Lin Feng's eyes trembled. The Nightmare Demon's spear vibrated loudly, bringing with it a sharp wind. Facing Ding-Can, who was much weaker than Li Liang, Lin Feng did not show any mercy. Just like what he said to Pei Hong, he could not bear to do it? What a joke! Boom! A sharp explosion occurred. Deep in the black fog, Ding-Can felt as if she had entered a swamp. Her strength was already inferior to Lin Feng's by a large margin, and now she was like a turtle in a jar, completely trapped. Her eyes were filled with darkness, and her heart was filled with terror. She couldn't even use 30% of her sword intent. The sword light was weak and powerless, just like Ding-Can's confidence at this moment. She completely collapsed. A strong battle intent wrapped around her. She, who had never experienced such a battle, was already scared out of her wits. Almost instantly purring. A crazy huge force attacked. Ding-Can felt his head explode, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The world spun, and the scene of Lin Feng holding the Nightmare Demon's spear flashed before his eyes. Instantly, a sharp pain attacked his heart, and his organs felt like they were on fire. He fainted in the blink of an eye. Wha! The light barrier broke, and Ding-Can's weak body flew out. The entire audience was silent. Everyone had guessed that this was a match without any suspense. But when they saw it for themselves, they were all deeply shocked. Lin Feng's strength was truly terrifying. They were both Star River class level 7, but Ding-Can was like he had just learned how to walk in front of him. He was not a match at all. Li Liang could still resist a little at that time, but Ding-Can did not have the strength to resist at all. Complete defeat. Ta! Lin Feng stood firm. His eyes were burning, and his body was as immovable as a mountain. The Nightmare Demon's spear's body flashed with heat. Lin Feng looked at the falling Ding-Can, and a stream of energy flashed past his right hand. Pah! The unconscious Ding-Can landed on the ground, and a cloud of dust flew. But the cushion before she landed prevented her injuries from worsening. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and then he closed his eyes and shook his head. Although he did not show any mercy to Ding-Can during the battle, one thing was another. He was still soft-hearted. At least, she did not do anything too outrageous to him. Forget it, there's no need to care too much, Lin Feng said. This time, her injuries are not light. It can be considered as helping Xian vent her anger. Lin Feng opened his eyes, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and flew out of the arena. In the resting room, Pei Hong and the others were jubilant. Although he knew that Lin Feng would win this match, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he was about to win. Third round victory. Entering the top 200 of the elite martial competition. To the Colored Jade sect, which had always been at the bottom of the first round, this was a historic breakthrough. Pei Hong clenched her fists, and her eyes flashed. Originally, she had no choice but to give the spot to Lin Feng. But now, it seemed that it was too wise. It was a lucky hit. Although Lin Feng was not a disciple of the Colored Jade sect, this time, he had firmly made a name for the Colored Jade sect. The Colored Jade sect was no longer a trash sect. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared with a faint smile. All the warriors in the resting room looked at Lin Feng with fear. After 3 battles, Lin Feng had used his strength to completely prove himself. He was very strong. "Let's go," Lin Feng stepped over and said with a smile. Since the battle had been completed, there was no need to stay any longer. It was still early before the afternoon battle. "Lin Degu, aren't you going to look at your opponent for the 4th battle?" Pei Qing asked in surprise. "No need." Lin Feng smiled faintly, waved his hand lightly, and stepped out of the door. Everyone in the colored jade sect looked at each other. None of them could help but feel their hearts palpitate. This kind of calm confidence was enough to make people feel shocked. In the reflection tower, "Lin Degu, your opponent for the 4th round is out," Little Jade shouted. "Oh!" Lin Feng was surprised, thought for a while, and nodded. That's right, the number of participants was reduced by more than half, so the speed of the battle was naturally fast. "Who is it?" Pei Hong opened her eyes wide and asked anxiously, "Is it Fei Jin from the Golden Sand sect or Ji Hui from the Qilin Fire Valley?" The order of the battle was already out. What they saw was only the answer of one of the two. "It's Ji Hui from the Qilin Fire Valley," Little Jade said. In a split second, Pei Hong and Pei Qing's expressions changed. Lin Feng smiled faintly and did not care. In fact, whether it was Fei Jin or Ji Hui, he had already seen their information. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. "Let's go." Lin Feng pulled Pei Hong over. "Let's practice the spear." Pei Hong was a little stunned. "Lin Feng, aren't you going to prepare?" "Ji Hui is a rare fire spirit master in the Yenling Mansion." "That's right, Lin Degu," Pei Qing said worriedly. "That Ji Hui was a big dark horse last year, entering the top 100 at the 7th stage of the galaxy level. This year, he cultivated to the peak of the galaxy level, and it's rumored that he's only 1 step away from breaking through to the galaxy level." "He's not my opponent." Lin Feng smiled faintly. Everyone was astounded as they never imagined that Lin Feng would speak such arrogant words. At this moment, Lin Feng had already pulled the slightly dazed Pei Hong and directly walked into the martial practice hall. "Fire Spirit Master? Do I need to worry? I'm not in a good state. I've been coding since 2 p.m. I'm sleepy for a while and my head hurts. Xiao Xiao is so depressed." To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Com to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 445. There was a short break. Although Lin Wen was in the limelight and everyone knew about him. But this time, all the public opinion was on the side of Ji Hui. Last year, he was a dark horse in the top 100. This year, he was known as one of the strongest 32 warriors and a strong contender for the top 32. His strength was comparable to the star sea level. The gambling area was bustling with noise and excitement. The odds of Lin Feng and Ji Hui reached 2:51:38. The difference was second only to the Battle of Hu Pao in the entire 6th zone. It could be said that it was one of the matches with the least suspense, but the result was shocking. No one expected that Lin Feng would win with an absolute advantage. Ji Hui's big fireball was completely useless in front of Lin Feng. Until the last moment, he still didn't understand why Lin Feng was like the Zhu Rong witch clan, not afraid of fire at all. He defeated him in close combat. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. "Great, great!" Pei Hong clenched her right fist, her face full of excitement. "Even if Lin Degu enters the top 100, you don't have to be so excited, sister." Pei Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Indeed, this was completely different from Pei Hong's personality. "Senior Sister Qing, I'm also very excited. Listen, my heartbeat hasn't calmed down yet." Xiao Lu's face was full of stars. She thought of Lin Feng's battle in the afternoon. Like a god descending to the mortal world, he directly beat Ji Hui into a sieve in front of everyone. She was so excited. She thought of the audience. At that time, it was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Even Lei Dao, who had always been the calmest, had bright eyes. He gently wiped the huge saber, and his small face was full of fighting spirit. The elite martial arts competition was getting more and more exciting. The battle between the strong made people's blood boil. Pei Hong smiled mysteriously and then took out something from her pocket. Suddenly, a faint light shone. Several small round light spots appeared in front of them. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes, and their chests rose and fell violently. As far as they could see, there were 10 soul coins. Senior Sister Hong, this is... Xiao Lu was shocked. Big sister, could it be that you? Pei Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in surprise. Pei Hong smiled proudly. I bet all my money on the lottery. After 2 matches, 3 doling coins became 10. Especially in the last match, I made a huge profit. The odds of 2-5 were indeed astonishing. Wow! Little Jade's eyes lit up. Big sister, you're really bold. Pei Qing shook his head. Pei Hongsa smiled and kept the 10 soul coins. To Lin Feng, perhaps 100 Do spirit coins were not even worth mentioning. But to the poor Tsayu sect, these 10 Do spirit coins were extremely important. It was enough to bring the sect back to life. Others didn't know, but Pei Hong clearly knew Lin Feng's true strength. She had been worried about Ji Hui, but when she heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, she no longer hesitated. For some reason, he was filled with trust in Lin Feng. In the training hall, Lin Feng was in seclusion alone, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was no need for more practice. After the continuous battles with Pei Hong, he already had a clear direction for the entire set of spear technique. The word entanglement was very clear. Whether it was the spear form or the spear intent, he had already comprehended everything. What he lacked now was to find a key point that was compatible and perfectly compatible with the two. Just like 2 different liquids, to fuse, it required a certain step and a certain method. And this depended on practice and comprehension. Time was completely enough. Entering the top 100, there was 3 days of rest. To other martial artists, 3 days was very short and passed in the blink of an eye. But to Lin Feng, it was enough to raise his strength to another level. 3 days is enough. At that time, I will have to face stronger enemies and more intense battles, but no matter who it is, I don't want to lose. Lin Feng's heart was filled with firm belief. His goal was not only to enter the top 32 and obtain the soul attraction technique. 9 Dragons Arena. The 4th round of the competition ended with a bang. The top 100 of the elite martial competition was out. Some people were happy and some people were sad. The most sad was undoubtedly the famous Wolf Pack Valley. Their disciple with the most potential had lost. Tan Lang, the 2nd place of last year's elite martial competition, had met a true dark horse in this year's elite martial competition, Ji Xia. This mysterious youth, after killing a top 100 contestant in the 3rd round, he had the biggest upset in the 4th round. In just 3 moves with unparalleled strength, he completely defeated Tan Lang. Everyone was dumbfounded. In comparison, Lin Feng's victory over Ji Hui paled in comparison. All of Greensmoke City was discussing that match and Ji Xia. His fame had spread far and wide. And the beautiful girl beside him was only slightly weaker than him. Defeating one of last year's top 10 contestants in the 4th round was completely effortless. The 2 mysterious people became the most lively topic. On the top floor, in a luxurious private room. Martial uncle is indeed martial uncle. Each disciple that you nurture is stronger than the other. Respect, respect. LV Ning showed a flattering smile and praised. Sima Shi smiled slightly and was also satisfied. Xia Er's performance is indeed not bad. Qianqian is still not used to fighting. Sima Shi's eyes were bright. This kind of training is very helpful for them. This time it's all thanks to you, little Ning. Martial uncle, you're too polite. We're family. Lu Meng smiled. Sima, she gave a noncommittal smile. Little nephew seems to have entered the top 100 as well, right? Yes, martial uncle. LV Ning's eyes suddenly brightened. The corners of Sima Shi's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded. He waved his long sleeves and left. His indifferent voice echoed in the air. If you enter the top 32, I will help you and let my little nephew enter the inner sect of Fierce Yen School as a return of your favor. LV Ning was instantly overjoyed. He was pleasantly surprised. Compared to his uncertainty last time, this time, Sima Shi's words were very convincing. With his status as the protector of Li Yen School, it was easy to arrange an inner sect disciple. In Green Smoke City, his son LV Bao was at most the lord of half of the city. If he entered Li Yen School, it would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate with a bright future. How could a small city like Green Smoke City compare to the true power of the Yanling Prefecture? LV Zhen. LV Ning shouted. Subordinate is here. A strong man with eagle eyes stepped out. Young master, what's the rest of the competition schedule? LV Ning's eyes shone brightly. Reporting to clan leader, young master's luck is good. He only needs to fight one battle to enter the top 32. The second battle will be a bye and he will directly enter the top 32. LV Zhen cupped his hands and said. LV Ning was delighted. Who is his opponent? Disciple of Tsayu sect Lin Wen. In the Reflection Tower. This is so infuriating. Ding Lan was like an angry lioness, furious. Thinking about how Lin Feng defeated her cleanly in front of millions of people, she felt that she had lost all her face. This was her first time participating in the elite martial arts competition. Yet, it ended like this. Wei Hai's face was expressionless, and he didn't say a word. With Ding Lan's strength, there was no doubt that she would lose to Lin Feng. In front of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. Lin Feng had mastered the essence of the Sun Dragon spear art. His strength was comparable to a star sea-level existence. However, how did Lin Feng defeat senior brother sect leader? Wei Hai was curious. Just as he was thinking, Pa da! The door was pushed open and a burst of laughter sounded. Ding Hong walked in with Li Ming, talking and laughing. His face was full of joy. Following behind them were Ding Ding and Ding Qing. Although they weren't as happy as Ding Hong and Li Ming, they still had a faint smile on their faces. They were obviously in a good mood. Senior brother elder, you're back, Wei Hai said with a smile. Sect master, great elder. Ding Qin hastily bowed. Ding Hong laughed heartily. Junior brother, our Rising Wind Valley finally entered the top 100. Li Ming did well. Ha! Li Ming smiled and nodded. It's all because of Master's guidance. Wei Hai smiled. Congratulations, senior brother. Li Ming did well this time, Ding Ding said with a solemn face. Ding Ding said solemnly. His solemn face revealed a rare smile, and he suddenly sighed regretfully. It's a pity that Qing lost the last battle. Otherwise, our Wind Rise Valley would be able to hold our heads high in this elite competition. Qing failed to live up to your expectations. Please punish me, Ding Qing said softly. It's not your fault. Ding Ding shook his head. Your opponent was stronger than you. It's normal that you lost. Suddenly, Ding Ding looked at Ding Kansas. What about you, Kenner? Me. Ding Lan's face reddened. Wei Hai said, Lan tried her best. Great elder, she lost the third round. Her opponent was stronger than her. Ding Ding's face didn't change. He nodded. Not bad. It's your first time participating. It's already an improvement to make it to the third round. Lan, you're still young. Learn from this experience and come again next year. Your results will be better than this. Yes, grandfather. Ding Lan let out a long breath. She could finally put down the stone in her heart. She was most afraid of this grandfather. Li Ming said with a smile. Actually, there are advantages to losing. If I had entered the top 100, according to the schedule, I would have had to fight against my junior sister. That would have been troublesome. Everyone laughed when they heard this. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Ding Lan looked at Li Ming, her eyes full of admiration. She nodded. Senior brother Li, you must avenge Lan. Don't worry. Li Ming patted his chest and said proudly, that trash sect is nothing. Good. Ding Hong shouted with satisfaction, my disciple should have this kind of courage. Yes, senior brother Li will definitely enter the top 32 this time. Ding Lan smiled. Everyone felt confident. Li Ming had Star Ocean level strength and the full support of the entire Rising Wind Valley. He did have the ability, but many times accidents happened one after another. Looking at everyone who was in a good mood, Wei Hai smiled. But there was a different kind of helplessness in his eyes. Li Ming wanted to enter the top 32, but there was a figure in front of him. It was like an iron wall, firmly blocking his way. I'm not in good condition. I only have 2 updates today. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, Xiao will write at least 1 word. I'll try to make up for it by 4. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 446. The Nine-Dragon Arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The first 2 days of the elite martial competition were just a delicious appetizer. All the martial artists in Green Smoke City knew that the real essence of the martial competition would begin on the 6th day. The top 100, those who exceeded 13 were Star C rank. The other 23 were basically peak Star River rank. The number of Star River rank 7 martial artists was less than 1 hand. They usually relied on the convenience of the competition schedule to enter the final round. To these martial artists, being able to obtain the title of elite martial artist was already a great gain. If they wanted to enter the top 32 and obtain the truly luxurious rewards, they would have to be extremely lucky. See, you still say that my luck is bad. Pei Hong had a smug look on her face. Senior Sister Hong, it's obvious that Lin Degu is strong. That's why he managed to overcome all obstacles without any mishap. How is this related to luck? Little Jade pinched her nose lightly. Who said so? Pei Hong placed her hands on her hips. At least I didn't get the 13 Star C ranks that entered the top 100, right? Pei Qing smiled and said, Sister is right. This time, our luck is not bad. After all, Lin Degu is only a Star River rank 7. No matter how strong he is, it's not good for him to encounter a Star C rank. Pei Qing's eyes lit up as she said softly, after entering the top 100, Lin Deji's first battle will be troublesome. Pei Hong heard this and became listless. There's no choice. He can't avoid it. More than half of the first round of the competition have Star C rank. Little Jade clenched her small fists. Lin Degu will definitely win. Pei Hong and Pei Qing exchanged glances and shook their heads, revealing a helpless smile. They also hoped that Lin Feng would win, but it was easier said than done. Lu residence. In the bathtub, the water vapor was spreading. Lu Bao's naked body was lying by the side of the pool comfortably. Beside him, many beautiful girls were gently massaging him. As the young master of the Lu family, Lu Bao had endless glory and wealth. Yi's life was enviable. Young master, don't we need to prepare for the competition? A coquettish voice sounded as the beautiful girl beside him peeled grapes and placed them into Lu Bao's mouth. What can you prepare in 3 days? LV Bao closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising indifferently. Young master, I have plenty of strength. I don't need to rush at the last minute. Chewing the grape and swallowing it, LV Bao suddenly revealed a smile. What are you so happy about, young master? The vixen asked curiously. Xiao Tao, your young master will be able to enter the Li Yan school's inner sect this time. LV Bao opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Ah, the seductive woman, Xiao Tao, sneered. Is it the sect that dominates the Yanling prefecture? Young master, you're amazing. Of course. LV Bao smiled proudly. As long as we win the first round of the competition, we'll definitely be promoted. Young master, it seems like victory is in your grasp. You're full of confidence. Xiao Tao smiled charmingly. Isn't it easy to win the first round? Lu Bao said proudly. A mere level 7 Cosmic River Warrior is already lucky enough to make it to the main competition. The colored jade sex Linwen? It's his bad luck to encounter me. I'm a level 1 Cosmic Sea State. Young master, you're so amazing. Xiao Tao's face was full of stars, filled with admiration. Haha, Xiao Tao, I'm even better in other areas. LV Bao suddenly got up and pressed Xiao Tao down. He revealed a smirk and tore off the thin veil on Xiao Tao's body. Instantly, her body was exposed and her face was flushed. You're so naughty, young master. Haha, LV Bao laughed loudly. In the mist, it was filled with the sound of heavy breathing and low growls. Her body rippled and her mind was in a mess. Time passed by slowly. The entire Green Smoke City was immersed in a lively atmosphere. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the main competition of the elite martial competition. The bets at the various bookstores were rising continuously, reaching a shocking number. As for the warriors who made it to the main competition, they were all rubbing their palms, adjusting themselves to their best condition. Only a minority like LV Bao were present. The hope of the sect was condensed. Every warrior was full of energy, looking forward to entering the top 32. Whether it was for themselves or for the sect, it was a valuable asset. After all, not all sects were like the LV family and the Fong family, who didn't have to worry about fame or fortune. Clang, clang. The two swords danced in an airtight manner. His blue eyes flickered with aggressive power. Ji Xia's sword intent poured out and landed on the transparent and shiny dagger in front of him. The continuous attacks forced Qin Qianqian to retreat, unable to block at all. Clack, the dagger was instantly knocked out. Qin Qianqian groaned and his face turned pale. Senior brother, you've hurt me. Qin Qianqian pouted. It's inevitable to get injured when sparring, Ji Xia said softly as he sheathed his swords. Really, senior brother, you're already so powerful. Why are you cultivating so hard? Qin Qianqian muttered. Ji Xia sheathed his swords and looked at Qin Qianqian. He said seriously, the path of a warrior is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You and I have just started. Not to mention the entire Yanling prefecture, even this small Green Smoke City might have warriors stronger than us in this elite martial competition. Really? Senior brother, you're lying to me again. Qin Qianqian snorted. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ji Xia smiled. As he spoke, Lin Feng's appearance appeared in Ji Xia's mind. He was slightly surprised. Wasn't he only at the galaxy level rank 7? Why do I feel afraid? Ji Xia frowned slightly, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Then, Ji Xia shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I'm going into seclusion. Junior sister, you should cultivate well too. Don't let master down. I know. You're so long-winded. Qin Qianqian pouted. Reflection Tower 2-star suite. The star suites all had their own cultivation room. Perhaps it wasn't as spacious as the 7-star suites, but it was enough for normal cultivation. Star power is the power of the stars. Comprehending star power can greatly improve your strength. The biggest difference between the galaxy level and the galaxy level is the existence of star power. In the cultivation room, Ding Hong was patiently teaching Li Ming. At this moment, Li Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked very serious. There was a faint light outside his body, and the qi of heaven and earth surrounded him. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Suddenly, Li Ming opened his eyes and kept panting. I still can't, master. Li Ming looked gloomy. Take it slow. Don't rush, Ding Hong comforted him. It takes a long time to comprehend star power. But master, the 3-day break is over. Tomorrow is the first round of the competition. Li Ming frowned slightly. I'm just holding on to hope. Ding Hong smiled faintly. How can you comprehend star power in just 3 days? If you can really comprehend star power, you can easily enter the top 10, let alone the top 32. I'm too impatient, so I want you to try. I'm sorry to disappoint you, master. Li Ming pretended to be upset. Ding Hong smiled and patted Li Ming's shoulder. You have a long way to go. Maybe you can't make it in time for the competition, but you will comprehend star power sooner or later. The Grand Elder and I have studied the first 2 rounds for you. There aren't any strong opponents. As long as you master the use of the solitary field, it won't be a problem for you to enter the top 32. Yes, master. Li Ming clenched his fists, his eyes shining. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Night fell. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the cultivation room for 3 whole days. He didn't move at all. He was like a statue with his eyes closed, without any signs of life. However, Lin Feng, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the comprehension of the spear. At every moment, a silhouette of a person and a gun would appear in his mind. He performed the spear very quickly. Every step was simplified, and the spear intent was more vivid. It doesn't feel right. It's different from what I expected. Almost. But it's still missing a bit of feeling. Lin Feng tried again and again to find the perfect point. It was like putting 2 pieces of wood together, looking for the perfect direction and angle. It required trial and error. It also required enough patience. For 3 days, Lin Feng was completely immersed in his own world. In fact, time didn't matter at all. He was so focused on comprehending the spear that he couldn't feel the passage of time. Failure was the mother of success. Lin Feng understood this very well. He didn't give up at all. He knew that no matter how many forks there were, as long as he walked to the end, it would be a complete road. Suddenly, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He picked up the nightmare demon's spear on the ground. It made a clanging sound like cold iron. With the buzzing sound, Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He seemed to be affected by a strange force. His eyes were full of brilliance. Chi. The nightmare demon's spear moved. The spear intent flashed fiercely. In his mind, the scene of his first battle with Pei Hong appeared. The long whip danced like a snake. It was soft and gentle. The nightmare demon's spear seemed to overlap with the shadow of the long whip. Hard and soft. It was a complete combination. At this moment, the spear was the whip, and the whip was the spear. Bind. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. A strong aura energy shot out. In the shadow, the nightmare demon's spear seemed to have turned into a long whip. The blurry shadow seemed to curve, as if it was a spiral. It didn't look like a spear at all. But the clanging sound wouldn't lie. The scorching aura and the fiery red spear had an extremely explosive feeling. The soft force turned into a hard force. Break. Lin Feng suddenly stepped out with his right foot. A gust of wind blew. The terrifying low pressure instantly condensed, forming the eye of a storm. The effect of a special killing technique. It was exactly the same as what Pei Hong had used. Boom. The violent explosion destroyed the surrounding airflow. Lin Feng held the spear and stopped at that moment. His eyes had regained their luster. A mist appeared on the nightmare demon's spear in his hand, condensing the dense chi of heaven and earth. Lin Feng's mouth slowly curved up. He finally succeeded. Since it evolved from Pei Hong's storm whip technique. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Then let's call it storm spear art. Xiao Xiao still has a cold. No wonder she had a headache yesterday. It's too accurate. Every time she has a cold, she has a headache. In order to recover quickly, Xiao Xiao directly put herself on an 4-drip. In the afternoon, she ate medicine and slept well. She's feeling pretty good now. I just finished writing a chapter. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 447. The night gradually dissipated and the sun rose. At this moment, outside the training hall, the 3 girls were waiting. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Lin Feng moved at all? Pei Hong was the most impatient of the 3 girls. Lin Degu must be doing his best to prepare for today's battle. Little Jade nodded. It's still early. An hour is more than enough. Pei Qing chuckled. With Lin Deji's personality, he won't appear until the last moment. Only Lei Dao didn't say a word and ate his breakfast quietly. His indifferent personality was being nurtured as the future successor of the colored jade sect. Suddenly, Lei Dao stopped eating and looked at the training hall. The door was pushed open. Lin Feng's indifferent figure fell into the eyes of the girls with a smile. All of a sudden, the women felt relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. It's been 3 days already? Lin Feng was surprised. Pei Hong and Pei Qing glanced at each other and were speechless. You don't even know how long you've been cultivating? Lin Feng shrugged, picked up the breakfast on the table and ate. Oh, it tastes good. Lin Feng smiled. Now was not the time. When he first started cultivating, his body still needed to eat. But as his cells became more active, every part of his body had enough energy. Especially after he could absorb the qi of heaven and earth, the absorption of spirit qi could also make up for his body's strength, just like plants. Lin Degu, are you confident in today's battle? Little Jade's eyes were bright, and she was very curious. Pei Hong, Pei Qing, and even Lei Dao looked over. Feeling everyone's gaze, Lin Feng smiled. Yes. The opponent is a level 1-star C-state warrior, Lin Degu. Little Jade exclaimed. So what? Lin Feng got up and stretched. Not to mention a level 1-star C-state warrior, even the witch race would kill him without hesitation. Looking at the dazed girls, Lin Feng smiled, knowing that they must be doubtful and in disbelief. But was there a need to explain? 2 hours later, when the outcome of the battle was clear, everything would be clear. Let's go. Lin Feng's gaze was clear. 9 Dragons Arena. The crowd was already surging and boiling. After entering the main competition, the first round of the competition would be held on the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much grander and more honorable. As for the 2nd round, it would be held on the 3rd level. This was a form of identity verification. Normally, the 9 Dragons Arena was an existence similar to an arena. All kinds of sparring and duels between martial artists were held here. Every level represented a higher status of a martial artist. Wow! The 2nd floor. Little Jade looked around, her eyes sparkling. If Master knew that we were able to enter the 2nd level of the 9 Dragon Arena and participate in the Elite Martial Competition's main competition, he would definitely not believe it. Pei Hong laughed. This time, I've brought honor to the colored jade sect. Pei Qing smiled slightly. Lin Feng, who was walking at the front, turned around and smiled. Maybe we'll enter the 3rd floor in the afternoon. Pei Hong spat softly. Bragging. Pei Qing chuckled and did not say anything, because she could not see through Lin Feng's strength at all. Lin Degu, you will definitely win. Little Jade clenched her small fist and cheered. Of course. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Soon, everyone walked through the corridor and entered a new area. On the top floor, in a luxurious private room. Bauer, remember, you can't lose this time. LV Ning's expression was solemn as he shouted in a deep voice. Don't worry, father. I won't let you down. LV Bao's eyes sparkled with a proud expression. A mere 7th level Galaxy class martial artist. In less than 10 seconds I will defeat him. It's good that you are confident. But remember to win beautifully. LV Ning praised. Your battle will be recorded and will be shown to the Li Yen Sect's sect master. If you perform well, he might be happy and accept you as his last disciple. That will bring honor to the sect. I will do my best. LV Bao was overjoyed. By the way, Bauer, have you seen Lin Wen's battle video? LV Ning suddenly asked. Yes. LV Bao answered without hesitation, but there was a knot in his heart. A mere 7th level Galaxy class martial artist. In fact, he did not pay attention to him. He probably did not have much ability. LV Ning nodded. That's good. Don't underestimate him. Although Lin Wen is only a 7th level Galaxy class martial artist, he should have activated Heroic Soul. He has a soul tool that increases speed, so his speed is quite fast. Also, be careful of the black fog he releases. It should be a type of support type spirit treasure. Yes, father. LV Bao quickly answered. He secretly felt lucky that his father did not continue to ask. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. Stepping into the lounge, it was empty. It was completely different from the lounge on the first floor. This was like a large independent room. The room was very spacious and could accommodate hundreds of people. It was quite decorated, but there was only Lin Feng and the others. It seemed very lonely. There was a door on both sides of the room, and it was currently closed. After entering the door and passing through the contestants' passage, you will be able to enter the arena. Pei Hong introduced. Lin Feng nodded. After entering the competition, the contestants' standards in all aspects were improved. Take this lounge for example. Only the contestants could enter. To a certain extent, it avoided a lot of unnecessary noise. It seems that he is not here yet. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with today's opponent. He had even fought with him once. When he first entered the Douling world and entered the Chaotic Mountain, he almost fought with a fire skirt deer. LV Bao. Lin Feng muttered. LV Tian, what is Lin Wen's background? Walking in the passage, LV Bao asked. Behind him, many martial artists followed closely. There was no lack of Galaxy-class martial artists among them. As the young master of the LV family, he was naturally in the limelight. Young master, that Lin Wen is a disciple of the Caifei sect. It is his first time participating this year. Although he is only in the 7th level of the Galaxy class, his strength is at the peak of the Galaxy class. LV Tian cupped his hands and said seriously, from the first 4 rounds of the competition, his attainment in spear techniques is quite high and his attack power is extremely strong. However, this is a double-edged sword. Once he meets an opponent with a stronger attack power, he will not be able to win. So, LV Bao's eyes lit up. With young master's sword technique, you can completely defeat Lin Wen with your Galaxy-class strength. LV Tian nodded and said, the only thing to be careful is that he has a support-type spiritual treasure that can release black fog to reduce the enemy's speed. It is quite powerful. LV Bao nodded. He had heard about this from his father. However, which one of those who could enter the top 100 did not have some skills? How could the gap between the Galaxy class and the Galaxy class be so easily closed? As they spoke, they had already passed through the passage and entered a new area. A light flashed, and LV Bao led his followers in. Lin Feng. LV Bao was stunned. This young man in front of him was too familiar. Why was he here? LV Bao was a little confused and could not react. As far as he knew, Lin Feng was a member of the Rising Wind Valley. How could he, young master, he is Lin Wen? LV Tian stepped forward and said softly. What? LV Bao was shocked. Impossible. He is clearly. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. LV Bao was not stupid and immediately understood everything. Lin Feng, Lin Wen, the names are quite similar. LV Bao snorted coldly and looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. The corner of his mouth curved coldly with disdain and contempt. I was wondering who it was. So it is the bumpkin who treats the human class grade 8 spear technique like a treasure. LV Bao's memory of Lin Feng was very clear. When he obtained the video of Lin Feng and Li Ming's battle, he was already clear of his strength. He originally wanted to go to the Rising Wind Valley to teach this ignorant bumpkin a lesson, but because of a big shot from the fierce Yen sect, he was delayed. Unexpectedly. I didn't look for you, but you came to me yourself? LV Bao sneered. You brought this upon yourself. LV Bao snorted with disdain and contempt and walked to the other side. He thought that the opponent his father mentioned was very powerful, but he did not expect it to be this bumpkin who dared to fight with him for Xian Air. 7th level Galaxy class. LV Bao's eyes shone. You'll be in for it later. They knew each other, but they did not know each other. Lin Feng naturally did not care about LV Bao. After all, he was an enemy and not a friend. LV Bao was even more lazy to care about Lin Feng. At this moment, he was hoping that the competition would start soon. He wanted Lin Feng to lose face in front of everyone. The large lounge was very quiet. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The people of the colored jade sect looked at LV Bao and his followers, but they did not want to lose face. The smoke in the air seemed to indicate that the sparks of this battle were not ordinary. As time passed slowly, suddenly, Hua! A bright light flickered. At the end of the room, the two tightly shut doors slowly opened, shining with a bright light. The first round of the main competition had begun. In the audience, everyone's blood was boiling. The main competition was different from the preliminary round. There was only one arena in each area of the main competition. It could be said that everyone's attention was focused on this battle. Lin Wen, an out-and-out dark horse, broke out of the encirclement. LV Bao, the successor of the LV family, was extremely famous. Who do you think will win? Needless to say, it will definitely be LV Bao. That's right, there's no need to ask. How can a first-level Galaxy class lose to a 7th-level Galaxy class? It's completely impossible. What a joke! LV Bao is the young master of the LV family. If he loses, the LV family will lose face. The competition had not started, but everyone was already discussing non-stop. Obviously, in everyone's hearts, LV Bao's support was much higher than Lin Feng's. After all, LV Bao, who came from a wealthy family, was better than Lin Feng in every aspect. It was no wonder that everyone had such thoughts. In an instant, Hua! A white light shone. Lin Feng and LV Bao entered the arena almost at the same time, instantly causing a commotion in the surroundings. The two looked at each other, and a strong hostility flashed in each other's eyes. Their fighting spirit was bursting. Second update, my head is already starting to feel dizzy. Continue writing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 448. On the top floor of the Nine-Dragon Arena. In a huge and luxurious room, the battle between Lin Feng and Lu Bao was being shown on a screen as tall as 3 people. Martial uncle, you've seen my son, Lu Bao. He's the dark horse of this tournament, Lin Wen, a disciple of the colored jade sect. Lu Ning introduced with a smile. Sima Shi's eyes flickered as she nodded. I've heard. This little guy's movements aren't small. Qin Qianqian curled her lips and snorted. Opportunistic. She had also heard about this Lin Wen. He used her 150 soul spirit coins to win 2 matches and ended up with 900 soul spirit coins. Sima Shi looked at her little disciple and smiled. That's because he's capable. She then turned to look at Lu Ning. How about it? Are you confident? Of course. Lu Ning chuckled. If he can't even defeat a rank 7 galaxy-level warrior, how can my son enter the inner sect of the Fierce Yen sect? Don't you think so, martial uncle? Suddenly, that's hard to say. An indifferent voice was heard. Everyone was startled. Ji Xia's devilish blue eyes flickered as he stared at the screen. The voice came from him. Sima, she smiled with interest. Lu Ning's face turned green as he forced a smile. Little Xia really likes to joke. Martial brother Ji never jokes. Qin Qianqian snorted. Lu Ning could only laugh dryly after being reprimanded. He didn't know what to say. Disciple, do you think that Lin Wen can win? Sima, she looked at Ji Xia curiously. Ji Xia's eyes lit up as he nodded slowly. This silent answer was filled with certainty. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Lu Ning's mouth twitched. For a moment, his mind was in a mess as worry flashed across his face. At this moment, Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up as she shouted, "The match begins." Following the white-clothed man's shout, a clear bell rang. In the audience, everyone's eyes were wide open as they waited for the exciting match to begin. Clang! A treasured sword was unsheathed. It was colorful, and one could tell that it was an extraordinary weapon. Lin Feng's spear shone with a fiery red light. The streamlined body of the spear was filled with beauty. Good spear. Sima Yu's eyes lit up. Lu Meng was stunned, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief and shock. Sima Xian was the chief craftsman of the Fierce Yen sect, so it was obvious that he would call it a good spear. On the other hand, Ji Xia and Qin Qianqian acted as if they did not hear anything. Both of their eyes were fixed on the screen. At this moment, both of them had already launched their attacks. Killing sword technique. LV Bao shouted coldly. Like a cheetah hunting its prey, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. Recalling how he was suppressed by Lin Feng's imposing manner that day, Lu Bao felt a burst of humiliation from the bottom of his heart. And today, he was going to avenge his humiliation. The speed was extremely fast, and the sword intent was even more intense. As the young patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Bao did indeed have some ability. The dense sword light carried boundless killing intent, causing Lu Bao to seem as if he had transformed into a god of death. The air was suffused with a murderous aura that caused one's heart to tremble. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. His figure was as swift as a whirlwind, and his feet suddenly stepped out. Bang! The nightmare spear vibrated. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was not affected by Lu Bao's aura at all. Emperor Shun's Gang Qi. Lin Feng shouted. The dense qi of heaven and earth wrapped around his body, turning into a dense white light. In an instant, the appearance of the black mist completely covered the Emperor Shun's Gang Qi. Lin Feng's body immediately concealed his aura and suddenly accelerated. His speed was originally much slower than Lu Bao's, but after the black mist increased his speed, it was only slightly slower. Humph, you think you're the only one who activated the heroic spirit? Lu Bao sneered. As a star sea level, he had activated 2 battle god spirits, one of which was the heroic spirit. In terms of speed, he was naturally faster than Lin Feng. However, entering the area covered by the black mist, Lu Bao's expression suddenly changed. Just like Old Crane, it was as if he had sunk into a swamp, and his body did not listen to him at all. Lu Bao only felt a huge pressure coming from all directions, and his speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Damned black mist! Lu Bao's expression was sinister as he gritted his teeth and shouted. After all, he was the young master of the Lu clan. Lu Bao's wealth was naturally not something Old Crane could compare to. Soul technique, Silver Lightning Flash. Lu Bao's right knee instantly flashed, increasing his speed by 1.5 times and immediately negating more than half of the black mist's effect. However, it was fast and slow at the same time. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived. Sun Dragon Spear Art. Lin Feng's nightmare spear rapidly struck out. Heroic spirit against heroic spirit. How could the silver lightning flash compare to the wind whirlpool's effect? Thousands of small holes spat out a powerful aura, instantly increasing Lin Feng's speed by several times. Even though Lu Bao was a Star Sea Level 1, he was still completely suppressed by Lin Feng in terms of speed. The attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Sun Dragon Spear Art against Murderous Sword Art. The two figures instantly intersected, and Lu Bao, who was distracted by the black mist, immediately suffered a loss. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Lin Feng's fierce attacks were like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, unparalleled. Under this attack, Lu Bao's blood boiled, and the sounds of spear and sword clashing continued. The audience didn't even blink their eyes. Sima, she nodded thoughtfully. TSK, such a weak spear and sword art. Qin Qianshan's mouth twitched. Such a strange black mist. Ji Xia looked back at Sima Shi and said, Master, what spirit treasure is this? Not sure. Sima Shi shook his head and said, It can increase one's speed and decrease the enemy's speed. This type of support spirit treasure is at least 6 stars. Lu Zhen's expression changed greatly as he swallowed his saliva, feeling disbelief. First, it was that spear that Sima Shi praised, and now it was a 6 stars spirit treasure. Just where did this Lin Wen come from? I already told that bastard to be careful of the black mist. Lu Zhen's eyes flashed with nervousness and worry as he stared at the giant screen. At this moment, Lu Bao was completely at a disadvantage. Under Lin Feng's extreme yang spear attack, he could only defend. If Lu Bao didn't have a slight advantage in terms of strength, this battle would have already come to an end. Upon closer inspection, Lu Bao's right elbow joint had a faint glow that increased his strength by a lot. Strength. Lu Bao's other battle god spirit was strength. Pung, pung, pung. Lin Feng's spear art was extremely sharp, and he didn't pause at all when he executed it. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, and his movements were extremely smooth. The audience gasped as they stared at the screen with their eyes wide open. No one would have thought that Lin Feng, who was only at the 7th level of the Galaxy class, would gain an absolute advantage in the blink of an eye. This was simply unbelievable. If one kept defending, they would definitely lose. In Lin Feng's next attack, the Nightmare Demon's spear vibrated violently. Lu Bao's wrist went numb, and he couldn't block it in time. As if his chest had been struck by lightning, he retreated abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood. The distance between the two of them instantly increased. Lin Feng. Lu Bao gritted his teeth as a ferocious bloody glow appeared in his eyes. As he retreated, he felt a heavy pressure. The black mist didn't weaken at all. Lin Feng was like a dog that had fallen into the water, and he didn't show any mercy. Lu Bao shouted crazily. At this moment, the flickering light on his right elbow instantly condensed into a resplendent glow. Facing Lin Feng's repeated attacks, Lu Bao finally revealed his trump card. Soul Skill, Light Sword Wheel. Lu Bao shouted suddenly. At this moment, the light on his right hand shone crazily. A resplendent white light condensed in front of Lu Bao's retreating figure. 12 identical light swords condensed in front of him, forming a cylindrical wheel that rotated violently, creating a huge whirlpool. Wow! The audience cheered. Look, young Master Lu's ultimate move. Rumor has it that his light sword wheel has never tasted defeat. The audience was in a heated discussion. Lu Bao was also full of confidence as he suddenly shouted. Instantly, his body stopped retreating. He pointed with both hands, and the 12 light swords condensed into a dazzling shadow that attacked Lin Feng. You can't dodge. Lu Bao's lips curled up coldly. My light sword will can chase you to the ends of the earth. He was brimming with confidence. But Lu Bao was wrong. Lin Feng didn't even think of dodging. Speeding forward, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, The nightmare demon's spear in his hand trembled continuously, as if it was following a strange rhythm. Chi-chi. Like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to attack, Lin Feng made his move. The nightmare demon's spear in his right hand moved in a strange arc, as if it had transformed into a fiery red long whip. The astonishing spear intent was exactly the same as the whip intent. The extremely masculine long spear seemed to have transformed into an extremely feminine long whip, with many illusions. The nightmare demon's spear seemed to be twisting, forming a spiral shape. Lin Feng's mind flashed with the 3 days of bitter training. A blurry figure was dancing with the spear. Entanglement. That is. Pei Hong's expression changed greatly. Sima Shi's eyes instantly lit up. What a strange spear art! Ji Xia only exclaimed. Storm spear art! Lin Feng shouted. The nightmare demon's spear pierced straight through. The body of the spear that seemed to have transformed into an illusion was like a long whip, rolling up a strong storm. The crazy air pressure condensed, landing right in the center of the 12-light sword. In an instant, the storm condensed, and all the soft and entangling forces turned into a strong and fierce force at this moment. The eye of the storm appeared, spiraling forward, expelling all obstacles. My storm whip art! Pei Hong's eyes widened, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lin de Go. Pei Qing's beautiful eyes were bright, and her heart was beating extremely fast. No, don't. Lu Zhen's face was pale, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Danger had arrived. Lin Feng's spear intent suppressed Lu Bao in all aspect. The audience gasped in silence. Lin Feng's attack was accompanied by the nightmare demon's spear. All the light swords exploded and pierced towards Lu Bao, who was dumbstruck. Chi! Blood spurted out. The tip of the spear pierced through Lu Bao's body without any resistance. Lu Bao's face was filled with shock as he stared at Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a demon. Until he was defeated, he still didn't dare to believe how Lin Feng broke his invincible light sword wheel. Fresh blood dripped from the wound, and the entire battle arena was silent. Witnessing everything with their own eyes was hard to believe. Lu Bao was defeated. Reporting to everyone, Xiao Zhao's condition is very good today. She seems to have recovered from her cold, but I don't dare to make any guarantees, or else I will be slapped in the face again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 449. It was a crushing defeat. Lin Feng pulled out the nightmare demon's spear. LV Bao's body lost its balance. He clutched the eye-catching wound on his chest and staggered. In an instant, purring. Then, he fell backward. Lying on the ground and looking at the sky, Lu Bao's eyes were wide open and filled with shock. He didn't expect himself to lose so miserably in the hands of a country bumpkin, a rank 7 galaxy-class ant. Moreover, he had lost all his face. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even make a decent attack. The situation was completely under Lin Feng's control. Blood flowed as if his heart was crying. Lu Bao's right fist was still clenched, but he didn't have any strength left. He wasn't willing, but what could he do? The audience was in an uproar. No one would have thought that there would be such an upset in the first round of the elite martial arts competition. A rank 7 galaxy-class warrior defeated a rank 1 galaxy-class warrior, and the person who lost was the young clan leader of the Lu clan. It was unbelievable. Where did this monster come from? Sci-Fi sect, wow, this useless sect has finally transformed. Haha, I told you that Lin Wen would be an upset, but you didn't believe me. Ha 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 ha. In the spectator area, clamorous sounds came wave after wave, and all of them were whispering and discussing without end. It wasn't just because of the huge difference in strength between the two, but also because Linwen came from a useless sect that had been at the bottom for 1,000 years. Plus, this was his first time participating. It was too magical. After the referee announced the winner of the match, everything was settled. Among those who placed their bets, there were some who were happy and some who were sad, but from their expressions, most of them were sad. Pei Hong stomped her feet in annoyance and slapped herself. What's wrong, sister? Pei Qing was surprised. Lin De Gu won. Aren't you happy? Yes, Sister Hong, Xiaolu said curiously. This is a good thing. Pei Hong smiled bitterly. I blame myself for being too stupid. I didn't listen to Lin Feng. The odds are so high this time. If I can bet on it, 10 soul coins can become more than 20. Everyone burst into laughter. They didn't expect this to be the case. Sister, it's not your fault. No one expected it. Pei Qing smiled. That's right, senior sister. We originally thought that it would be fine as long as Lin De Gu didn't lose too badly. Who would have thought that he would win so easily? Little Jade covered her mouth and laughed softly. At this moment, talking about me behind my back again? Lin Feng's figure appeared at the door with a faint smile. Of course not, Lin De Gu. Little Lu ran over happily, her big eyes shining with adoration. You're too awesome, Lin De Gu. Little Lu likes you so much? Lin Feng suddenly smiled and rubbed Little Jade's head. Pei Hong blushed. It's nothing. Congratulations, Lin Feng. Pei Qing also gave him a thumbs up. Lin De Gu, you're too awesome. Feeling everyone's heartfelt congratulations, Lin Feng smiled slightly. In fact, he wasn't too excited. Defeating Lu Bao was within his expectations. The most important thing was that after passing the first round, he had achieved the 2 goals of participating in the elite martial arts competition. In the box on the top floor, Lu Zhen's face was pale, and his expression was dull. He thought that the battle was in the bag, but he didn't expect to fall short. He had painstakingly planned for his son, and he was only 1 step away from entering the inner sect of Li Yan's sect. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. His efforts were in vain. How is it? Sima Xian turned to look at his 2 disciples. Very strong. Ji Xia's eyes were burning. If I was at level 7 galaxy level, no, peak galaxy level, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. That's all. Qin Qianshan curled her lip. You can only bully trash who didn't realize astral power. Qianshan? Sima Xian snorted. Lu Zhen's expression became even uglier. This time, the Lu family had indeed lost all their face. One could only imagine how the entire Green Smoke City would exaggerate this battle. Sigh. Lu Zhen sighed. However, these were all trivial matters. The most important thing was that his son had missed an extremely good opportunity. An opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate and have a bright future. This was the most pitiful thing. Master, Qin Qianshan said coquettishly, I'm telling the truth. That Linwen, if it were me, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. As she said this, Qin Qianshan raised her head proudly. She placed her hands on her waist and looked very confident. Sima Xian shook his head with a bitter smile, but he couldn't do anything about this disciple. However, if Linwen advances to the Star Sea level, then it's hard to say. Sima Xian smiled. There's always someone better than you. Qianshan, learn from your senior brother. Don't be a frog in a well. Learn to be prepared for danger and work hard. You're right, master. Ji Xia nodded seriously. He hesitated and said, however, Master, I feel that Linwen didn't use his full strength. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Qin Qianshan frowned. That's impossible. Senior brother. Sima Xian pondered and said, Why do you think so? Ji Xia's eyes were burning. I've seen him once. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Ji Xia paused and said, If his strength is only like this, I wouldn't have such a feeling. In other words, with the strength that Lin Feng had shown, he wasn't a threat to him. I see. Sima Xian nodded thoughtfully. Lu Zhen's expression was very ugly, but the more he listened, the more he disliked it. So that Lin Wen actually showed mercy to him? What a joke. However, there were many things that could be thought but could not be said. After all, Sima Xian was an important person in Li Yan's sect. Even his 2 disciples were higher in seniority than him. Most importantly, he didn't dare to offend Li Yan's sect. Otherwise, he would die very miserably. Martial uncle, about Quan. Lu Zhen's mouth twitched. He said fawningly, "Is there any room for negotiation?" "He's already lost," Qin Qianshan muttered. "Qianshan!" Sima Xian shouted. Looking at Lu Zhen, Sima Xian frowned slightly. He thought carefully for a while and sighed. "Little Zhen, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you saw it yourself. Even if you show the recorded video to the sect master, the chances are not high." Don't worry, Lu Zhen said. "As long as Martial Uncle can show the video to the sect master, it'll be fine." "Why?" Sima Xian shook his head. LV Ning smiled bitterly. He didn't want to be like this, but even if there was only a slight chance, he had to try. He bit his lips tightly and said, "As long as Martial Uncle is willing to help me, and put in a few good words for me, and if Quan is lucky enough to enter the inner sanctum of Fierce Yen School, no matter what conditions Martial Uncle has, little Ning will do my best to fulfill them for Martial Uncle." For his son, Lu Zhen was ready to risk everything. As a father, which father didn't want his son to be successful? Sima Xian's eyes flashed and he sighed. "All right, since I owe you a favor, I'll try my best no matter what." Sima Xian looked at Lu Zhen and nodded. "But with the sect master's personality, I'm afraid that little nephew's chances of entering Li Yan's sect are not high." It's fine. Lu Zhen squeezed out a smile. "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Sima Xian raised his hand, indicating that Lu Zhen didn't need to be polite. He turned to look at Ji Xia and Qin Qianshan and said slowly, "Let's go. It's Qianshan's turn soon." "Watch me." Qin Qianshan clenched her fist and snorted. Ji Xia smiled faintly. Then, the 3 of them walked out of the private room together. Leaving LV Ning alone, the forced smile on his face instantly became extremely ugly. "This idiot! Trash!" Lu Zhen's face was ferocious as he shouted angrily. His entire person seemed to have gone crazy. A sharp force blasted out from his right hand and instantly shattered the entire tea table. Lu Zhen was so angry that his chest tightened. His entire person was like a ghost. He was too unwilling to accept this. Such a good opportunity was squandered just like that. What a pity! "Lin Feng, you bastard!" Lu Zhen gritted his teeth in anger, completely venting his anger on Lin Feng. "How dare you ruin my plans? I'll definitely make you regret it." Lu Zhen's undulating chest gradually calmed down. An intense cold light shot out from his eyes. That was a true murderous intent. The first round of the main competition was carried out in a hurry. Apart from the battle between Lin Feng and Lu Bao, there were very few dark horses. The real experts had already revealed their talent. In the main competition, when 2 opponents met on a narrow path, the winner was usually the stronger one. Soon, the first round was over. Apart from Lu Bao, there were only 3-star sea-level warriors who were defeated by killing each other. As for Ji Xia and Qin Qianshan, who were extremely popular before the competition, they easily passed the first round. The second round was about to begin. This round determined the top 32 of the martial arts competition. For any martial artist who came to participate, this was an extremely precious opportunity. Because, entering the top 32, one would be able to obtain a real reward. All warriors could choose a cultivation method secret manual, mental cultivation method, weapon secret manual, soul attraction technique, and so on. I said that we can enter the third level in the afternoon, right? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Smirk. Pei Hong snorted. Thanks to me, you won't be able to pass the second round. Yes, yes. Lin Feng chuckled. He was in an extremely good mood. It couldn't be better to enter the top 32 without bloodshed. After returning from the Nine Dragons arena, he had already received the top 32 reward and chose a soul attraction technique. Human rank grade 5 soul divergence technique. It was even better than Feng Yang Valley's most precious human rank grade 6 soul shock technique. However, what he lost on the swings, he gained on the swings. 3 needs 1 attraction. I've prepared everything. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had finally obtained the last key to breaking through to the star sea level. The door that was closed on the path of cultivation was about to open. But now it wasn't the time yet. There's still a match tomorrow, and I'll be able to enter the top 10. At that time, I'll get 3 days of rest. It won't be too late to break through then. Lin Feng smiled slightly. To be honest, Pei Hong's luck was indeed good. From the top 32 to the top 10, she had passed one of the 2 matches. And this was the only match. Li Ming, don't lose this afternoon. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. In his eyes, a faint killing intent had already condensed. It was time to settle old scores. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.